Hot time in city. My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hot times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. 7 to 8.
Welcome to the mop-up for March 28th, 2022. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 28 degrees and partly cloudy. And Dan tells me that up in Rochester, New York, blizzard. Last night was the Academy Awards. The big story, of course, was Coda, a cinematic breakthrough exploring children of deaf adults. Will Smith was so moved by the movie, Will decided he too would start talking with his hands. Take a look.
Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
ウィル・スミスにやられました。
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth!
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's
G.I. ジェーンのジョークだったんです。
fucking mouth!
I'm going to, okay? Okay. That was a greatest night in the history of television.
テレビ史上最高の場面でしょうか。
So we are here to give a documentary out, to give an Oscar.
Well, where do we start? Well, I'm here in New York City, where our new mayor, Eric Adams, has lifted the vaccine mandate for athletes and performers. There's a new Omicron variant spreading. Theater and basketball is back, and you cannot work for New York City. You cannot work in New York City if you're not vaccinated, unless you're a performer or an athlete. 1,400 New York City workers have been fired because they refused to get vaccinated. But our new mayor, Mayor Adams, said last week that it's his job to bring money to the city. He said performers and athletes bring money. So he said they don't have to get vaccinated. If you're rich, famous, or powerful, you don't have to show proof of vaccination, because here in America, the laws don't apply to the rich and powerful. Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving wasn't allowed to play in 35 home games because he refused to get vaccinated, but now he can play basketball here in New York City. Means he can breathe on other players, spread the disease. It's okay, he's rich and powerful. There's a double standard. Baseball about to start, and there are some anti-vaxxers playing for the Mets. And our new mayor, Mayor Adams, says the rules do not apply to the Mets. Why should the rules apply to the Mets when the rules don't apply to the owner of the Mets, Stephen Cohen, who ran a hedge fund and a few years back got busted, convicted of inside trading, but instead of going to jail, he agreed to pay a $1.8 billion fine. It was one of the largest inside trader cases in American history. And boy, did they come down hard on Steve Cohen, owner of the Mets. For 2 years, he was not allowed to trade on Wall Street. Ooh, how did he survive 2 whole years without trading on Wall Street? Well, he had no choice but to go and buy the Mets, which Granted, might be worse than actually going to prison. I don't follow baseball, but if there's ever been a team that could benefit from some inside trades, it would be the New York Mets. But Stephen Cohen doesn't go to prison, even though he's a criminal. He's sentenced to owning the Mets. Meanwhile, George Floyd is suspected of passing a counterfeit 20 at a convenience store. He ends up dead. And that's because when you're rich, when you're famous, when you're powerful, the laws do not apply to you. We all know that. We all know this. It used to be hard for us to believe, but not anymore. It's right out there in the open. There's a double standard. The laws do not apply to the rich and famous. Mayor Adams said so explicitly last week. He said we need money. Rich and famous people bring money to New York City so they don't have to get vaccinated. And this is why we're on the brink of fascism. Nobody has faith in our laws anymore. That is one of the seeds of fascism. When too many people come to realize the system doesn't work for them, they turn to fascism. They turn to people like Donald Trump. Because when Donald Trump goes to Georgia and says the system is rigged, he's telling the truth. What he leaves out is that he's the one who's rigging the system. But he's right when he says the laws don't apply to the rich and powerful, including Donald Trump. It's why Will Smith was still in that seat last night to accept his Oscar, even though he assaulted Chris Rock. Anybody else, at the very least, would have been told to leave, or he would have been arrested. Now, I might add that one of the many problems with America's legal system is that had Will Smith smacked Bradley Cooper instead of Chris Rock, then Will Smith would have had to deliver that Oscar acceptance speech from LA County Jail last night, or they would have taken the Oscar away from him immediately. I know the Academy has some very strict codes of conduct. I know physical assault violates those codes. I know assaulting a presenter on live television is grounds for taking back Will Smith's Oscar. We'll see if Will Smith gets to keep his Oscar. But then again, this year, Vanity Fair, which runs the big Vanity Fair Oscar party, that's the official party for the Academy, this year, Vanity Fair revealed that Jerry Lewis was a rapist. Yet, I don't see the Academy taking back Jerry's Oscar, or Woody Allen's, or Roman Polanski's. How many rapes did Harvey Weinstein have to be convicted of before the Academy finally threw him out? Considering this is Hollywood, all Will Smith is guilty of is felonious assault. That's hardly grounds for concern in Hollywood. We all know that. We all know that. We all know that the rich and powerful don't need to get vaccinated and that they can throw a punch in front of millions of people and then calmly return to their seat and scream the F word twice. And nobody ejected Will Smith because he's rich and powerful. Like I said, had it been Bradley Cooper, however, who was assaulted instead of Chris Rock, we all know Will Smith would be sitting in a jail cell right now. We all know that. There is no equal protection under the law. So last night's Oscars was all about diversity. Yes, Hollywood celebrates our differences, and it also celebrates settling our differences through violence, especially if it's black on black violence. That's okay. Black on white violence, not okay. But white on black violence, not just okay, Hollywood has a special term of endearment for it. The LAPD. That's what they call it lovingly. That's what they call white on black violence in Hollywood. They lovingly call it the LAPD. So there were two victims last night. Chris Rock was the victim of workplace violence, and nobody protected him. And I'll get to that in a second. But Jada Pinkett Smith was also the victim last night, the victim of toxic masculinity, which Bill Maher Friday night was celebrating. Normally, he trivializes the term toxic masculinity because he doesn't know the meaning of it. But on Friday night show, Bill celebrated toxic masculinity while talking about President Zelensky in Ukraine. He was talking about how President Zelensky's toxic masculinity is making women want to sleep with him. Really? Is that why women want to sleep with President Zelensky, Bill Maher? Once again, Bill Maher reveals that he has no idea what women want or what toxic masculinity means, because Zelensky is not an example of toxic masculinity. Toxic men don't beg Vladimir Putin not to attack. Toxic men don't beg Putin in the middle of a war to stop attacking. Toxic men do not beg for peace. Vladimir Zelensky only turned to violence as a last resort. He exhausted every option, and now he's just protecting his country. There is nothing toxic or masculine about protecting your country. I think you would call him a mama bear, if anything. Vladimir Zelensky is the opposite of toxic masculinity, Bill Maher. The reason women, or at least healthy women, the reason women might find Zelensky sexy is because he's not a bully. He doesn't celebrate violence. He's asking for help to defend others. That is not toxic masculinity, Bill Maher. Will Smith, however, is an example of toxic masculinity. Jada Pinkett Smith was objectified and demeaned at last night's Oscars, not so much by Chris Rock as by her own husband, Will Smith. Jada Pinkett Smith is a strong woman. She doesn't need anyone defending her honor. The idea that you need to defend your wife's honor through violence is the definition of toxic masculinity. Yes, Chris Rock made an unfortunate attempt at humor, and I'll talk about that later. And I'm guessing Jada did not like the joke. She didn't come to the Oscars to be made fun of, but she is a strong enough person. She is proud enough and smart enough to handle that joke all on her own. She didn't need Will Smith defending her so-called honor. She's perfectly capable of walking up on stage and slapping Chris Rock all by herself. But unlike Will Smith, she's better than that. And she certainly didn't need her husband to go up on stage and slap Chris Rock for her. That counterfeit act of chivalry must have been humiliating for her. It implied that because she's physically weaker than her husband, she needs him to protect her from perceived slights. She didn't ask him to do that. I can't imagine that she wanted her husband to do that. But Will Smith objectified her. He used his wife to act out his own inner demons, his own personal issues with Chris Rock, his insecurities about what constitutes masculinity, the pressure he was under last night because it's the Oscars. He used his wife's quote unquote honor as an excuse to cut loose and turn to violence. And that is the definition of toxic masculinity. And nothing good ever comes from toxic masculinity. Zero. Keep my wife's name out of your effing mouth. That too is toxic masculinity, because nobody was trying to intimidate or humiliate your wife, Will Smith. Chris Rock made a mistake. It was an unfortunate joke. Chris Rock did not know your wife had alopecia. He thought she was making a fashion choice. Chris Rock is way too smart to make fun of a woman with alopecia. There is no way he knew that Jada Pinkett Smith suffered from alopecia. Chris Rock made the unfortunate mistake of seeing a beautiful woman who looks beautiful with or without hair. And he mistakenly thought she decided to cut her hair short. He thought it was a fashion choice, and he thought it was a harmless joke, especially since Demi Moore also looked beautiful when she was G.I. Jane. I'm not going to defend that joke, but there is no way Chris Rock would have ever intentionally tried to make fun of the way Jada Pinkett Smith looked. He's too smart. He's too good. He knows you don't make fun of someone for something they can't change. We know that. You know that Chris Rock knows that. Chris Rock was saying, I think you're so beautiful, I'm going to tease you a little. I'm not defending the joke. I'm defending Chris Rock's mens rea, his intent. He thought he was complimenting her because he didn't know she had alopecia. And so Will Smith, with his toxic masculinity, turned this into something far bigger. And now his wife, who I'm guessing doesn't want to draw any more attention to this subject, her hair, now she must once again talk about her alopecia. She didn't need a public spectacle of violence to defend her honor. It had to be humiliating for Will Smith's wife on a night that celebrated the power of women, people of color, people with disabilities, the LGBTQ. That act of Will Smith punching, slapping Chris Rock must have made Jada Pinkett Smith feel powerless and weak. And that is exactly what toxic masculinity is. It's finding any excuse to choose violence to make women feel weak. Choosing violence in the name of your wife's quote unquote honor is not only sexist, it debases women and it uses them. Because this wasn't about Jada Pinkett Smith. He was using his wife. This was all about Will Smith's pride. It was about his masculinity, his insecurities, and his honor, not his wife's honor, his honor. If you want to protect someone you love, you don't risk going to jail or your reputation. You ask your wife if she's okay, and if she's not, she gets to decide how to take care of it, not you. The husband doesn't decide unilaterally to escalate the situation into violence. Will Smith made his wife appear weak and defenseless, and she is anything but. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Perhaps I'm wrong. I usually am. Maybe she's glad her husband smacked Chris Rock. What the hell do I now know? But I doubt it. I doubt any woman wants to be around toxic masculinity. And it's what Bill Maher got completely wrong about President Vladimir Zelensky when he said Friday that sometimes we need a little toxic masculinity, that it's toxic masculinity that wins these wars. Staying put in Kiev and defending your nation is not toxic masculinity. Putin, this is why Bill Maher is always wrong. Putin is the one exhibiting toxic masculinity. And that's why so many of his soldiers are dying, because Putin is toxic. He literally poisons his enemies. He's toxic because he feels insecure about his height, his stature, his nation's stature. And that makes Putin a toxic male who resorts to violence. Toxic men fight only when they take something personally, when they personally feel threatened. And that is why Putin, he's outnumbering the Ukrainians, but he's losing. Toxic masculinity. Bill Maher, you are wrong about toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity didn't win World War II. World War II was won with Franklin Roosevelt sitting in a wheelchair and Winston Churchill sitting in a warm bath. Seriously, a warm bath. What is more feminine than a warm bath? Churchill fought the war from a warm bath. No toxic masculinity from Roosevelt or Churchill, brains over brawn, and that's why we won. There is no excuse for toxic masculinity because there is no excuse for violence. Zero. And Will Smith didn't defend his wife's honor. He humiliated her on a night that celebrated the power of women. Jada Pinkett Smith doesn't need a man the same way Amy Schumer, Wanda Sykes, and Regina Hall last night also didn't need a man. Now, yes, as a man, a white man, I'm going to admit that last night, getting that message jammed down my throat repeatedly, at times felt a little uneasy because I was on the outside looking in. It's not the easiest thing in the world to accept that the world is better with a lot less of me and a lot more of them. But that's the way it must be. That's the way it must be. Because we have a Republican Party that chooses candidates like this guy, Donald J. Trump.
But Judge Jackson was unbelievably disrespectful to Republican senators that in many cases were really nicely asking questions. She had total disdain and even hatred for them, and I understand that she's very proud of the fact that she never once voted to support President Trump on anything. She always voted against me, and she brags about it. I always voted against Trump. How about that? Is that nice? She always voted against me. Maybe it's an incorrect story, but I have a feeling it may be correct.
Maybe it's an incorrect story, but I have a feeling it's correct. So you have blind racism coming out of the Republican Party. The idea that Judge Jackson had disdain towards the white men in the Republican Party. That's Donald Trump. That's the standard bearer of the Republican Party. I mean, we do have right now an entire party dedicated to white supremacy, misogyny, hatred for the LGBTQ. So the very least we can expect from Hollywood is an Academy Awards night that spits in the face of this shameless bigotry. And we saw that last night. They spat in the face of Florida, the Don't Say Gay bill. They fought for the rights of last night, people of color, women, the LGBTQ community, the physically disabled. And that is important. That is important because there's a fascist movement afoot, and fascists thrive on white nationalism and the othering of people. Fascists scapegoat people of color, the disabled, women, and the LGBTQ. Last night, Hollywood declared war against fascism by celebrating diversity. When you celebrate diversity, you are fighting fascism because prejudice, bigotry, misogyny, discrimination, fear, picking on the physically disabled, and intimidation are all part of the fascist toolbox. Now, is there hypocrisy in Hollywood? Absolutely. Is Hollywood anti-union? Yes. Is it filled with annoying, self-serving hypocrites who care more about money and power than they do about the plight of the 99%? Unless, of course, they can cash in on the plight of the 99%. Yes, absolutely. There is no Hollywood without hypocrites, self-dealing hypocrites. Yes. But last night, they succeeded in presenting the other side of America, the hidden America, the real America. Because the real America is not straight white men. That's a tough pill to swallow for straight white men, but we're not the majority. We never were. I was never in charge, but my demographic was, and you know, there must be better ways to judge who gets to be in charge other than basing it on the luck of getting born to be a straight white male. I know that there are many on the left who think diversity is nothing more than window dressing. I understand that. Some members on the left insist diversity is not necessarily class struggle. It's a distraction. I think diversity forces sensitivity onto all of us. Sensitivity to the struggles of all people eventually leads to a sensitivity to the struggles of the economically poor and disenfranchised. Diversity, I believe, is part of class struggle. It's not two separate things. Diversity breeds awareness, or dare I say, wokeness. And wokeness begets a sensitivity to the needs of all workers, not just the straight white males who up until recently ran the unions, which is one of the reasons unions are dying. Maybe the reason unions are dying is because they were run by straight white men. Diversity is not about dividing and conquering the 99%. Yes, it's used by the richest 1% as a cudgel, as a knife to separate us, but that's not what diversity is about. You see, we tried class struggle in the 1930s here in America. It was a golden age for class struggle here in America in the 1930s, but it eventually failed, partly, mostly because our unions were notorious for discriminating against Blacks, women, Hispanics, and the LGBTQ. Professor Gerald Horne, who we've had on this show several times, has written prodigiously about Hollywood unions and how notoriously racist they were. During the golden age of America's class struggle, unions primarily, there were outliers like in Bessemer, Alabama, which was a stronghold for African-American unions, but primarily unions only benefited straight white men. So when the right wing came looking to destroy those unions in the 1970s, there was no 99% to stand up for labor. Why would there be? Unions didn't stand up for anyone, really, other than straight white men. There were exceptions. That's a sweeping generalization, but most of the labor unions, in order to join these unions, you had to be a straight white man, and there was no way you were going to run most of these unions without being a straight white man. You can't have class struggle, therefore, without diversity. You can't speak for the 99% if only white straight men are speaking for them. If you look at the 99%, straight white men are only a small segment. And here's the other problem with straight white men. Straight white men have a sense of entitlement. And people with a sense of entitlement don't know what it means to lose. They don't know how to handle loss. And if you don't know what it means to lose, then losing cripples you. Losing cripples you. And that's why our unions are crippled right now, because straight white men don't know how to fight for every single inch of progress and then hold on to it. They want it handed to them. That's why our friend Christian Smalls is out on the streets every day fighting for the Amazon labor union. And Stuart Applebaum, he's the president of the Retail Wholesale Department Store Union, which is supposedly trying to unionize the Amazon workers in Bessemer, Alabama. That's why Stuart Applebaum sits in his corner office in Connecticut staring at his degree from Harvard Law School and is too busy to live with the workers in Bessemer, Alabama, or even have someone return my phone call to have a representative from his union come on my show and make the case for Amazon to go union. But Christian Smalls, his Amazon labor union out by JFK, they're gonna be successful. JFK Airport, that Amazon fulfillment center, is going to go union before Amazon in Bessemer goes union, because Christian Smalls is an African American who actually worked inside the fulfillment center shipping books, while Stuart Applebaum was too busy reading them. You want solidarity? Solidarity cannot exist without diversity. I do not want my economic future in the hands of Stuart Applebaum, Harvard law graduate from Connecticut. Bessemer, Alabama, the Union Drive failed because Stuart Applebaum from Harvard Law was trying to organize the workers. Solidarity doesn't exist without diversity. When corporate America, when the labor unions start to look like the real America, then the labor movement will look like America, and the 99% will finally become a force to be reckoned with. We can't do it without diversity. I don't want white men representing me in my union. I don't want somebody with a sense of entitlement fighting for me, because people with a sense of entitlement lose. I want Christian Smalls fighting for me, or Jimmy Hoffa. Well, hanging over last night's ceremony was Ukraine. There was talk President Zelensky was going to speak, but then Zelensky decided against it after he realized his good T-shirt still hadn't come back from the cleaners. Okay, let's talk about Chris Rock. Full disclosure, it pains me to admit this, but I'm jealous of Chris Rock. He's better than I am at everything, and I resent that, and I'm being honest with you. Especially since in comedy, as a stand-up, I had every opportunity handed to me. Every door that wasn't open to Chris Rock was pretty much open to me, yet somehow I'm the one with the rage issues. So I resent his talent, his success, because it reminds me of how I blew every opportunity Chris Rock never had. Chris Rock, I watched this. Chris Rock kicked open the Comedy door and, along with a few other African American comics, created a new market for comedy, a bigger and more profitable one. He had nothing handed to him. All he had was people saying no to him. And that's why diversity is good. If we had more people like Chris Rock running our unions, now I'm getting a little angry, hang on. If we had more people like Chris Rock running our unions instead of pampered white men from Harvard, we would not be taking no for an answer. Chris Rock refused to take no for an answer. I watched this happen in the late 80s and early 90s. Cedric the Entertainer, Bernie Mac, Steve Harvey. I watched them with a friend of mine, Jeff Wills, who was running Bill Graham Presents. And Jeff Wills is instrumental in the rise of comedians who aren't necessarily household names. Jeff Wills is instrumental in comedians who aren't household names being able to sell out theaters and arenas. And I was very good friends with Jeff Wills because he lived in San Francisco and I was a comedian in San Francisco. And I watched Jeff Wills. I watched him, along with these African American comedians, create a new market, a far more profitable market. Before Louis C.K. was selling out theaters, before Dane Cook was selling out Madison Square Garden, it was the African American comics who were selling out the big arenas. It was the Black comics who taught the white comics how to sell out the big theaters and eventually Madison Square Garden. That's a fact. I watched it happen. I was very close friends with Jeff Wills. I saw the white comics like me getting pampered in the comedy clubs. And with that pampering came the inability to think big. It was the Black comics who taught the white comics how to move into theaters, how to move into rock clubs, to say, F these greedy club owners, I'm doing it by myself. I'm not talking about the art of comedy. That's a whole other thing. I'm talking about business. No Black comedy scene, no white comedians selling out theaters and then Madison Square Garden. The Black comics did it first. Yes, there was always Carlin or Robin Williams selling out theaters, but I'm talking about comedians who weren't household names, who just had devoted followings. They had strong followings and they taught. It started with the African Americans selling out theaters and arenas and not being household names. We now have white comics doing it, but white comics would never have been able to do that until the Black comics showed them how. And that's a fact. I watched it happen. I was very good friends with Jeff Wills from Live Nation. I saw it happen. I went to the shows. I was a pampered white comedian in San Francisco, and I went to the shows in Oakland and saw what was going on with the Black comedy scene. So, as you all know by now, Chris Rock is brilliant in every facet, not just artistically, but he helped start he jump-started a new market for comedy that other comics, especially white ones, are benefiting from. And he made an unfortunate joke last night about Jada Pinkett Smith's hair, or lack thereof. And I talked about this earlier. Her head appears shaved. And so he referenced her starring in G.I. Jane 2. Again, not a smart joke, especially at the Oscars. He knows better. He didn't know she had alopecia, and he made a mistake. Perhaps before deciding to mock an African-American woman suffering from alopecia, Chris Rock should have watched a documentary from 2009 called Good Hair, directed by, what is that? Chris Rock. Chris Rock directed Good Hair. In that documentary, Chris explored the relationship between African-American women and their hair, how European beauty standards mess literally with their heads. So Chris Rock, of all people, should know it's not the best idea to make a joke about an African-American woman's hair, or lack thereof. As I said, Chris Rock did not know Jada Pinkett Smith suffered from alopecia. He's way too smart. He made a mistake. He obviously did not know Will Smith's wife suffered from an autoimmune disease where women lose their hair. And it's tough to lose your hair. It shouldn't be, but we're a superficial society. I opted for the nightmare of hair transplants. I'm going to guess for women, it's almost as tough to lose your hair as it is for men. I'm joking. Of course, it's much harder for women when they lose their hair. The beauty standards are staggeringly oppressive. Then with Jada Pinkett Smith, you throw in the pressure of being an actress. Not a good idea to make fun of a woman's hair if she's suffering from alopecia or if she's not suffering from alopecia. But Chris Rock didn't know this. He's a man. Men don't read interviews with famous women about their autoimmune conditions. He had no idea she was suffering from alopecia. But he did direct Good Hair, so he should have known a woman's hair is off limits, especially an African-American woman's hair, especially at the Oscars where the fashion police and the photographers are shooting unarmed Black women in the back and the front, while men, all they have to do is wear a tuxedo. Women are forced to walk the red carpet splayed open before the entire world. The only thing missing from the red carpet for women are stirrups and a cold speculum. So Chris Rock made a mistake, not a felony. Will Smith, on the other hand, or open hand, is guilty of a felony. And it begs the question, if this is what you do when the whole world is watching, what do you get away with in private? If this is what you get away with when the whole world is watching, what do the people around you allow you to get away with in private? Will Smith's son, Jaden Smith, took to Twitter last night. He said, and that's how we do it. And that's how we do it. I hope he was talking about winning an Oscar and not the other thing. I'd like to think, and that's how we do it, was referencing his dad winning an Oscar. What we witnessed last night was the Hollywood carve-out for the rich and famous. That's how Hollywood works. Everyone knew Phil Spector threatened women with guns, going back to the 60s. Everyone knew Harvey Weinstein was a rapist before he was finally arrested. Presenters at the Golden Globes would joke about Harvey Weinstein being rapey. Male actors knew not to be alone with Kevin Spacey. Roman Polanski moved to France to escape charges of raping an underage girl, but he still got nominated for Oscars. He's still making films. Everybody knew about Bill Cosby. Everyone knows Donald Trump sexually assaulted all 26 of the women who've made the accusations, especially since Donald Trump openly admits to grabbing women by the pussy. Everyone knew Bill Clinton sexually harassed his female employees. But when you're rich, when you're famous, when you're powerful, the rules don't apply to you, especially at work. What I found especially galling last night was what happened during the commercial break after Will Smith assaulted Chris Rock. It was Will Smith, not Chris Rock. It was Will Smith who was comforted by Bradley Cooper and hugged by Denzel. And everyone in the audience seemed to feel sorry for Will Smith. Where was the Academy's apology that night to Chris Rock? He got smacked. Don't you think the audience was entitled to find out how he was? Don't the producers owe him something? That joke was pre-approved. The producers owe him an apology. The Academy owes him an apology. There was no way he was going to make that joke without clearing it through the producers first. Where was the protection for Chris Rock? He was an employee that night. Did anyone tell Will Smith to leave? He no longer belonged at the Academy Awards. I know security was too intimidated to escort him out of the theater, but the producers who approved that G.I. Jane joke, but the producers allowed Will Smith to just sit there after he assaulted one of their employees. Chris Rock was an employee that night. He was a presenter and he was assaulted and nobody protected him. And there is your workplace imbalance in a nutshell for the whole world to bear witness to. It's okay for Chris Rock to get punched on the job if the person doing the punching is more rich and more powerful than he is. It's why agents sent young actresses up to Harvey Weinstein's hotel room, even though those agents knew he would try to rape them. It's why they didn't warn them. And after he tried to rape them, or after he raped them, it's why those agents made sure these young women didn't press charges. That was all there, right in front of the world last night for everyone to see. And how did you react initially? Chris Rock gets punched, and I suspect, here in America at least, for many, the first reaction might have been, well, what did he say? Honestly, at first, even I might have thought that. What did Chris Rock say that made Will Smith hit him? What was he wearing? I mean, you don't make a joke about a man's wife, right? You know that conversation was taking place because it was taking place in my living room. You don't make a joke about a man's wife. Sure, Will Smith might have overreacted, but Chris Rock shouldn't have said that. You know what? They were both wrong. Let them settle it. Let them settle it. We should stay out of it. No. Will Smith resorted to violence. Will Smith was wrong. Will Smith was wrong. Chris Rock did not deserve that, and he should have been protected by the Academy. And Will Smith should have been peacefully escorted out of the theater. But they have decided, I don't know who they are, but I don't know what they're going to decide. But I've been in similar work situations. The stakes weren't that high, so the abuse was more intense. I have been in work situations where someone literally threatened to kill me and another comedy writer, and the people in charge of the show said to us, "What did you say to him?" And I said, "What does it matter what I said to this person? He threatened to kill us." "Well, we want to know if you provoked him." And this is somebody who was throwing things and violent, and they wanted to know what me and this other comedy writer said to provoke this person, because it's easier in a workplace when everybody is at fault. Because when you fire someone for threatening to kill two comedy writers, that's a real pain in the ass. That's lawsuits, accusations, and who doesn't want to see two comedy writers killed? I mean, you know, but they knew he threatened to kill us. He had been threatening other people. They knew he was violent and dangerous, but they still wanted to know what we said to provoke him. And then when Will Smith delivered his acceptance speech, he was crying. And that was the speech of an abuser. He was the victim. And even I felt sorry for him. He talked about all the people he has to defend. He was defending his family and the Williams sisters, and I can take it, but when you go after my loved ones, I'm going to come after you. That was pretty much his not so veiled explanation for smacking Chris Rock. He apologized to everyone. He apologized to the Academy. He apologized to everyone except the one person who deserves his apology, and that would be Chris Rock. If you've ever been in an abusive relationship and you saw Will Smith's acceptance speech last night, you recognized exactly who that person was. Somehow he was the victim. He punches Chris Rock, resorts to violence, but he's the victim. And the men around him had comforted him, try to make him not feel so bad. What little I saw of the audience, I could tell that a lot of people didn't know what to make of the whole thing. But it did look like mostly everybody in the audience was rooting for Will Smith during his speech. I saw some people crying along with him. He got his hugs. He explained the pressure he's under. And we were all expected to understand his struggle and understand why he committed an act of violence. Anybody who's had an abusive father or been in an abusive relationship recognized that speech. The people in the audience, some of them had no idea what to make of it, because this is America, this is Hollywood. Violence is not only justifiable, it's profitable. Hollywood sells violence. So when he accepted his Oscar, Will Smith was smart enough to sell violence. I was just a man standing up for the woman. Tears running down his face. It's as old as the movies. In movies, there's no worthier hero than the man who defends his woman and resorts to violence in doing so. From Liam Neeson in Taken to D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation, which was based on the Klansmen, the story of freed slaves trying to rape white women who are then rescued by the Ku Klux Klan, who are the heroes in Birth of a Nation. The end of Birth of a Nation, when the freed slaves get what's coming to them for stealing our white women, the audience cheers the heroes, the KKK. The KKK is glorified. Their violence is glorified in Birth of a Nation, which is considered the birth of movies in many ways. The KKK fights for the honor of white women. And there is no bigger hero in our movies than the man who defends his woman's honor through violence. What could be more debasing to women than that kind of hero? Since the beginning of Hollywood, violence is always justified because violence is always profitable. And I suspect most people in America have been conditioned to believe, or some people have been conditioned to believe, that Chris Rock was the bad guy in all this, and Will Smith was the aggrieved party. Because there is justifiable assault in our legal system. You can get off if somebody said something that makes them worthy of a punch. But I can assure you, Will Smith physically assaulted Chris Rock, and Chris Rock did nothing wrong. I want to get back to I want to be careful here on the tears and Will Smith's speech. I don't know. I want to bring up O.J. Simpson. Will Smith is not O.J. Simpson. And I hate to bring up O.J. Simpson because O.J. Simpson is an African-American. Will Smith is an African-American. And one of the blood libels against African-American males is they're violent. We have a racist culture that has trained Americans, white Americans, to be terrified of African-American men, even though white women and white men are never attacked by black men. Never. It's statistically impossible for a white woman or a white man to be attacked by a black man. It rarely happens, and the only time it happens is when it's the lead story on the news. You know, that's why it's news, because it's so rare when a black man assaults a white woman or a white man. Those are statistics that come to us from the Justice Department going back decades. Statistically speaking, white women and white men are attacked by people they know. This is a deeply segregated society. So if you're white, you're going to get attacked by a white man, not a black man. And if you're black, you're going to be attacked by a black man, because this is a segregated society. Every study shows this. And we saw that last night, for example. Will Smith punched Chris Rock, not Bradley Cooper. Will Smith punched another black man, but we've been trained to be afraid of black men. So I really don't want to bring up O.J. Simpson, but I'm going to. So many of you are too young to remember what happened early on in the murder of Nicole Simpson. Originally, O.J. was the victim. His wife was dead. A lot of us, I don't know, like I say, we loved O.J., but he was, harmless. He was a hero. I was there. I saw him break the rushing record at Shea Stadium when he was playing for the Buffalo Bills. He was O.J. Simpson. And I was living in Los Angeles at the time, and everybody thought it was very sad. When it became apparent that he might have killed her, we were still sad for O.J. We were sad. It was a sad story. We felt bad for him during the white Bronco chase. By then, we kind of knew O.J. killed his wife. He had a gun to his head. He was on the phone threatening to kill himself. Detectives were talking to him, trying to talk him out of it. We all felt sorry for O.J. because it was sad. We had this image of O.J. Simpson, and it was shattered and we felt sorry for him. We felt bad that his wife was dead. We kind of knew he killed her, and now he was either going to jail or he was going to kill himself. He was very good at playing the victim, because that's what abusers do. That's what abusers do. Serial abusers are always the victim. They justify their violence because they are the aggrieved party. They cry. They are very convincing at playing the victim because they truly think they are the victim in all of this. And our hearts went out to OJ until we heard the 911 calls Nicole, his wife, made to the police. And OJ kept beating her and getting away with it. The police would come out and they do nothing because OJ was rich, he was famous, and he was powerful. There was something familiar, not because OJ is an African American and Will Smith is an African American. There's something very familiar to seeing an abuser crying and justifying the violence. There is never any justification for violence, but they're wide open for all to see. Will Smith punched Chris Rock, and Will Smith was the one being consoled by Bradley Cooper. During his acceptance speech, he was the victim. He was the one who was under so much pressure, protecting the Williams sisters and his family. And there's just so much pressure on him to be loving and forgiving. And that's why he punched Chris Rock, because he's trying to be loving and forgiving. And at the time, he's such a, Will Smith deserves that Academy Award. I fell for it. Most of us fell for it, especially since I didn't get beaten by my dad. I didn't really see who that was. I fell for it. But anyone who had a father who beat them, or a lover who beat them, when Will Smith began to sob, you knew who he was. You knew who this guy was. You remember him. That's my abusive ex-husband, my abusive dad, who would hit me and then say, "Why do you make me hit you?" It's all out there. It was just splayed out. Typical abusive men. And a culture that flatters itself into thinking they're forgiving. But we're not forgiving. We only forgive abusive men who we can profit off of. We like violent men if we can profit off them. And men know that the American people like violence. It's why our foolish president talks tough, why he is trying to gin up his polls by talking tough about NATO and Ukraine. Here he is over the weekend.
But as I've made clear, American forces are in Europe, not in Europe, to engage in conflict with Russian forces. American forces are here to defend NATO allies. Yesterday, I met with the troops that are serving alongside our Polish allies to bolster NATO's frontline defenses. The reason we wanted to make clear is their movement on Ukraine don't even think about moving on one single inch of NATO territory. We have sacred obligation. We have a sacred obligation under Article 5 to defend each and every inch of NATO territory.
A sacred obligation to make peace, to find the shortest distance between war and peace. But when you can barely keep your teeth in, when you're embarrassed by how badly Afghanistan went, when you're insecure about your mental faculties and your country's ability to make war, you talk tough. And that's what Joe Biden is busy doing around the world, talking tough, getting weapons instead of making peace. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. I will take your calls and I will read the chat room in both YouTube and our Zoom room after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Can we get back to the interview? Let's talk about.
Go ahead, David. Go ahead. Ask me why I sent in a Trump impersonator to do your show and not the real Donald J. Trump. Ask me what better things I have to do than coming on your show. Ask me.
What better
Ask
things?
Me. Here, I'll give you the answer. Okay, the better thing that I have to do is not doing your show. That's what it says here on my day planner. Your show is so bad, David. I actually marked it in my calendar. I'll read it to you. March 17th, 5 p.m. Don't forget not to do David Feldman's horrible show. 6 p.m., Rosie O'Donnell's a pig. I don't know how that got in my calendar, David. My assistant must have put that in there.
What? You don't know what?
I don't know how Rosie O'Donnell's a pig got into my calendar. My assistant must have put that in there. She's a mother hen, David. Always afraid I'm going to forget that Rosie O'Donnell's a pig. I know not to forget, but it's important to remember, to know not to forget, because David,
Yeah.
she's a pig. She's a pig. A nasty, vicious pig.
Okay. First off, we do not fat shame on this show.
Who said
Okay.
anything about Rosie being fat? I get the whole body positive thing, David. And I am
Okay.
positive Rosie's body is that of a pig. But I would never call Rosie fat. Never
Okay.
call Rosie fat.
Good, because we're all about body acceptance on this show. People
I get
come
it.
and
I agree. People come in all sizes, but I only come in the 10s. Get it, David? I only come not in a size 10, but in the 10s. Like Melania. She's perfect, David. Come in the 10s. You can have that, David. Take it, David. It's free, gratis. That means take it, David. In Latin. The Latins love me, David. But I would never fat shame Rosie.
thank you, Donald Trump. We don't want that here.
I
You
would
never-
morbidly obese. Hey, get off the elevator. I don't want to crash into that floor. Shame her. But I would do that because Rosie's big.
Okay, she's actually, Mr. Trump, she's actually lost a lot of weight and she looks great. She looked great before.
You're right. You're right. No, you're right. I saw her. I saw her. You know what happened, David? Even her fat can't stand to be around her. That's how obnoxious Rosie is. Even her own fat hates her and had to leave her.
Okay.
Wrote her a Dear Rosie letter. Out the door. Bye-bye, Rosie. Can't handle it anymore.
Boy, that Donald Trump is something else, isn't he? People say that was maybe Smigel, but I'm utterly convinced that had to be Donald Trump. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Coming up on today's episode, we have Jason Miles and Pascal Robert from the This Is Revolution podcast. And we're going to talk about the Black middle class post Barack Obama and the racist wealth gap. Pascal has a new piece in Newsweek about this. It's entitled The Obsession with the Black-White Wealth Gap and How It Protects the Elites. So I'm looking forward to doing that. We have about 20 minutes to kill. Our 6 o'clock guest didn't show up. So let's go to Mexico where Rodrigo is standing by. Usually you're come on at the end of the show. Hey, Rodrigo. Hello, Rodrigo. Okay. No Rodrigo.
Hi.
Oh, there you go. By the way, if you're in the chat room and you want to join us, raise your hand and I will call on you. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
I'm sorry I missed the last show. I was having sleep issues.
You were having what?
Sleep issues.
Sleep issues.
Yes.
Well, if you listen to my show, I can help you fall asleep.
I did fall asleep. I couldn't wake up in time to talk when you called on me last time.
I see. That's right. What is on your mind? Yeah, you're calling from Mexico today, right?
Yes.
What's on your mind?
Well, for last week, I wanted to talk about, I often talk about misinformation and distractions. And this time I wanted to talk about porn.
Porn?
Yes.
Porn, yes.
All the liberals seem to agree that we need to outlaw porn, which would simply make porn more interesting for viewers.
I'm sorry, we need to what? I'm sorry, what did you say? We need to what? With porn?
All the liberals seem to agree. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that we need to outlaw porn, which would simply make porn more interesting for viewers. Many leftists talk about porn through the lens of how do we get adult performers in unions. Some leftists want to skip any talk about porn and jump directly into full decriminalization for sex work, and there's more opinions we don't have time to get into. What you rarely hear about is what I want to focus on for now, that in large portions of Western society, young people think hair pulling and weirder things are how regular people have sex. These young people also believe literally that consent is when you get a girl drunk until she stops saying no. The fight to outlaw porn is not a distraction because it's not dehumanizing work or because realistic porn doesn't even get made because boring porn doesn't sell. It's a distraction because we have somehow accepted the cultural narrative that you can't fight human nature and teaching proper sex education won't change anything. What does proper sex education look like? So it's not simply teaching prophylactics and STD prevention along with the idea of abstinence. It's also explaining what consent is and why it matters. But once you start explaining why consent matters, it's pretty easy to be into explaining how the patriarchy works and how we're supposed to just play along and not ask why we're participating in our own oppression. And once you do that, everyone becomes a socialist. So it's not hard to see why conservatives and liberals do their best to try to distract us into fighting internet porn and the baseless belief that if we get rid of online porn and change nothing else about the system, rape or sexual assault statistics will reflect a gradual drop. Even people who should know better talk about porn in terms of this is a horrible scourge on society and children are growing up believing that regular people make love like performance in BDSM porn have violent sex. If even the people who should know better repeat the party line, it's no wonder that most of society fails to look at this distraction for what it is, yet another way in which supposedly modern society prevents us from looking at root causes and what we can actually do to get real change.
Okay.
I have
You know,
more,
so
I don't
liberal,
know.
is it my imagination or do liberals in America have a bigger problem with porn these days? If you carve out the religious right, well, has the left and the religious right found common cause when it comes to porn?
It depends on what you consider the left, but yes,
Right.
there's a lot of people who think we have to outlaw porn, but they don't see how it's just a distraction from the larger point of let's attack the demand, just like how the fight on drugs has failed for decades to do anything about the supply side,
Right.
sorry, the demand side. Fighting porn doesn't do anything about
Right.
the demand for porn.
All right. Well, have you ever seen my channel on Pornhub? You've seen my I have like one of the most downloaded videos on Pornhub.
I have not.
It's really, it's too, well, I'll try to be discreet here. I'm completely naked. I order a pizza and the pizza
Oh, I've heard about that.
I'm sorry?
And I've heard about that one. And
Yes.
the pizza delivery girl ends up paying.
So the delivery girl shows up with the pizza. I say, how much? And I'm completely naked. And she says it's $25. And I tell her, well, I don't have $25. And then I get her down to $12. I negotiate her down to $12. That's the money shot. And it's very erotic. Karen Emerson. Well, I shouldn't have given your last name. I'm sorry. Hello, Karen.
I think my name is on the
Well, hang on, are you there? You have to unmute. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
There you go.
Okay.
Hey, what's happening in San Antonio?
All right. That's what I wanted to talk about. Let me fix this. I'm having a sound problem.
Is it me?
Mm-mm.
Is it me?
No, it was me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I have my phone queued up so I can walk my dog and still listen. But we had
in YouTube, somebody said I have hot negotiating.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. Yeah. Well.
Speaking of negotiation, let's talk about the symphony.
We want to talk about the San Antonio Symphony. They had a rally on Saturday, and the numbers of the orchestra members are diminishing because they're having to move away and take jobs elsewhere. The San Antonio Symphony was established 80 years ago. The community, we were so excited to open the Tobin Center, this beautiful center for the performing arts with acoustic engineering and everything. It was a home for the symphony.
Right.
And then they also have other things that go on in there, but the symphony is at the core of it. And the symphony is at the core of the community. And there were a number of speakers there who talked about how the San Antonio Symphony influenced their lives. And one of them is a French horn player who plays in the symphony now.
Right.
And she read an excerpt from the journal that she wrote, her diary, when she was 15 years old. She was 15 years old. And she went to see Mahler, a Mahler piece that was played by the symphony that they were performing for the schools. And she said, "I believe God has spoken to me today." And it went on to talk about how, it just completely changed her life and
Right.
changed her trajectory. There was a teacher, a music teacher, band director, whose high school just won first place in a competition that took place in Alice Tully Hall in New York. And his chamber orchestra won first place, and there were 2 or 3 of his musicians who won awards for best soloists.
Right.
And he was talking about how this only happens because these young musicians take lessons from the symphony musicians who work as music teachers, side gigs, and they're part of the community. There was another one who talked about raising her kids here, the Mary Ellen Gorey. She was on your show.
What is Professor Mike Steinel came on to talk about this months ago.
Yes, it's been going on for 6 months, and they're at a complete impasse.
Who runs the center? What does he get paid? And how is he treating the workers?
Yeah, his salary now is up in the $600,000 range.
Right.
And he's asking the symphony members to play for $11,000 a year.
Wow.
With no benefits, no healthcare benefits. And he wants to cut the orchestra down to something like 44 players. And if the orchestra is going to play a piece like John Williams' Star Wars, which is one that they did, or one of these Mahler pieces, they need over 100 players. I think Star Wars takes 125 players.
Right. No problems. They'll spend money on police, but the way you prevent crime is by teaching music.
Yes, thank you.
They're outlets that children need. If you teach them an instrument, they have an outlet for their aggression, because art is aggression. That's where you channel your hostility properly. If you don't have music lessons, then your aggression turns to crime. And we have no problem funding the police, but not the programs that prevent the necessity for police.
Correct, indeed. And these managers of the Tobin Center are so full of themselves. Everybody who's on the board has to sign a non-disclosure document that they're not allowed to discuss what's discussed. So everything that happens there is under the cloak of secrecy. So we don't know what they're talking about, but it's a big mess. It's been going on for 6 months now.
Right. But I have to, somebody in the chat, the YouTube chat room, I apologize. I'm reading the YouTube chat room. Cello Mom, speaking of cellos, does not like the show, which is okay. Even better, this is what Cello Mom wrote. I will watch the show again when I pick up a bunch of boomer voodoo dolls so I can prick them and chop off body parts.
Ooh,
That's pretty good.
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. I mean, if you're going to hate me, I appreciate that. Let's wrap it up. Let's give later on, if you can give us some information on how to let the people in charge of the symphony know that they're a-holes.
Yes,
That's good.
gladly. One more thing I wanted to say is that they're making more money off of having small acts and popular acts play in this symphony hall. Now, they had Kenny G in there last week, and they're having Jordan Peterson come to speak. Yes, so that's who's in charge, is people who love
What's
Jordan.
it like living in Texas? We should talk about. We have a lot of listeners in Texas. It must be difficult living in country, being, in the shit behind enemy lines. I respect. It's very easy to be a glib New Yorker surrounded by other pompous, self-righteous lefties here in Manhattan because it's just an echo chamber. But to be in Texas, you're the ones doing the real heavy lifting.
We are, and it's one of the most, being in San Antonio, it's one of the most politically active places I have ever lived. And people who are really social justice warriors live here. It's alive and well. This city is, and yet we've got, we do have our faction of yahoos. I also wanted to tip you to someone who spoke there, who's running for Congress in Texas, named Greg Casar, Casar.
Right.
And have you talked with him?
He's not Fort Worth, is he?
Ooh.
He's a Democrat.
Yeah. And I asked him if he would come and talk to you on
Please.
your show, and he said yes. He said yes to that.
Well, let's bring him on next week.
Okay.
Right? Really well in the primaries, right?
Yeah. He's
Great.
lovely. And Jessica Cisneros was there and spoke also. We have a lot of support, but the people who are, what do you call it? The inmates running the asylum are really, have their heels dug in there.
Right. I got to jump off, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll work on the Church of Feldman this Friday night. You were very at office hours. Thank you. Before we bring on our next guests, I want to tell my listeners that we are doing a live recording of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour this Wednesday at 12:30 Eastern. Some of you might not know this, but I co-host the Ralph Nader Radio Hour with Steve Scrovan and a man named Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader, greatest American ever, with the exception of maybe Ben Franklin. And if you haven't listened to the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, tell your local radio station you want the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, and it's downloadable as a podcast. Just go to wherever they're downloading podcasts, wherever you need to download a podcast. And there's a YouTube channel. Well, this Wednesday at 12:30 Eastern, March 30th, we are doing a live recording of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. All you need is Zoom. We are doing an interview with Jesse Singer, author of There Are No Accidents, The Deadly Rise of Injury and Disaster, Who Profits and Who Pays the Price. This is something you don't want to miss. It's a rare opportunity to see how the Ralph Nader Radio Hour is produced, little glimpse behind the scenes, and I cannot stress it enough. Please come. All you need is Zoom. We're limited to 500 people in the webinar, so hurry up and register. Go to RalphNaderRadioHour.com right now to register. We look forward to seeing you there. Go to Ralph Nader Radio Hour right now to sign up to sit in on the Ralph Nader radio show. When we come back, we will be joined by our friends, Jason Miles and Pascal Robert from the This Is Revolution podcast. You are listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. We will be right back.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if I'm really stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree, I like to keep my options open, don't you know, a shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my name
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel, who will not be with us tonight. He's busy. He's working on a book. He's working on an album. He's always busy, too busy for us tonight. But with us right now are our friends, Jason Miles and Pascal Robert. They co-host the This Is Revolution podcast. Go to thisisrevolutionpodcast.com. Welcome, Pascal, and welcome, Jason. I don't see them coming up here.
I'm right here.
Okay, did you turn? I don't see you.
I don't know why. My video is on.
Well, this is the way my life is going. And is Jason here?
Jason wasn't able to make it.
Okay. Let's see if I can let me turn your video off and then turn it back on again. Can you turn your video on? We may have to have you just be a disembodied voice.
It says that you have stopped it for some reason.
Okay. But no.
You can make him a co-host, David. That might help.
Okay. Let's try that. Thank you, Danny.
And sometimes people block their camera and then forget to unblock it. So that's
Right. Any luck there? Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't we not see you today?
It's up to you. It's not a problem.
Okay. Let me ask you about the black middle class after Obama left office, the racist wealth gap. Do you mind if I ask you about the Oscars?
No, not at all. If you want to really.
What did you see last night? There was more to it than Will Smith punching Chris Rock, but I saw it as a bit of a microcosm for everything that's wrong in Hollywood and America.
I saw the video. I was not watching live, and I watched it repeatedly a couple of times. My first reaction, I'll be very honest with you, still somewhat of my reaction is that it's hard for me to believe that this was not staged. I've looked at it over and over again, and I'm going to be very honest with you. I looked at the exact point of the slap. It looked like a completely traditional Hollywood slap.
I agree.
Chris Rock leaning in, both hands back. His face is already clenched before the slap even comes. And when you watch it, you don't. I've played, David. I've played this maybe 75 times. I don't see his hand touching Chris Rock's face.
But you hear a sound. Let me play it one more time, if you don't mind, just because it's. I agree with you.
どうなんでしょうか。どうなんでしょうか。どうなんでしょうか。どうなんでしょうか。
Wow! It sounds like a sound effect.
I know, but here's the thing though. Right after he said he just slapped the shit out of me.
Let me ask you a question, David. Who, even a comedian entertainer, if someone does something so out of the norm to come on a stage and slap you, is your immediate reaction is to get back into comedic character? They're like, oh, wow, Will Smith just slapped the S word out of me. Yeah, it's incredible. And just act like you're doing a bit.
But he was flustered. If you hear what he says afterwards,
he doesn't get flustered until Will Smith goes to sit down and start cursing. Keep my wife's name out your effing mouth. Keep my wife's name out your effing mouth. And then Rock is like, okay, fine, we'll do that. The whole thing looks so Jason disagrees with me on this. It looked so absolutely staged. First of all, remember this. Rock makes the joke about the Will Smith's wife's, Jada Pinkett Smith's hair, right? Basically says that, I hear that she's auditioning for G.I. Jane 2. First of all, number one, on its face, I didn't even understand the joke until I hit the Googles.
Right.
I was like, I don't even, how was this? What is this? I don't get it. And then I went to the Googles and I was like, G.I. Jane. And I was like, okay, the star of the first G.I. Jane had really short hair. And Jada Pinkett Smith has really short hair, so he's making a joke about her being the next G.I. Jane. And I was like, it's not even that big of it's not a good enough joke to get upset about. And Dave, if I'm not mistaken, I think you were like a professional comedian at one time, right? I mean, like,
I thought I was. The
joke didn't even hit as a joke, right? What's the ultimate irony is that after Rock delivers the joke, the camera pans to Will Smith. Will Smith is laughing his patootie off.
Right.
At this corny joke. So what exactly happens between the camera panning away from Smith and going back to Rock that Smith, that he's laughing? Meanwhile, you see Jada Pinkett Smith's, his wife's look, and she looks kind of flustered. She doesn't look like she's outraged. She looks kind of flustered. So the camera pans off and it goes back to Rock. And then a few seconds later, you see Will Smith walking up. So what happens between the time that Will Smith was laughing at this rather corny joke and he starts to walk up to approach Chris Rock? Obviously, the logic tells you that his wife, who immediately when the joke is delivered, looks kind of like, oh, here we go with this nonsense. Well, thanks, thanks, no thanks. But she didn't look angry enough, like at all. She looks just kind of annoyed. But obviously, this is my instincts. When she saw Will Smith laughing, listen, you guys have been married. I'm not married, but I had parents. Everyone who's married will tell you that their wife or their spouse can give them a look in one way and they immediately know, like, oh my God, I'm in trouble now. I screwed up.
Right.
So I have a feeling that at a certain point, when she sees him laughing and he looks at her, she cuts him a look.
Yeah.
Kind of like, you're going to let him get away with that look? And I have a feeling he's kind of like, I got to do something here, or I'm going to be the doghouse, and reacts. Now, that assumes we believe that this wasn't staged. I still believe that this whole thing could have been staged. And this is the thing, right? Staged or not, there's one thing that I think is absolutely clear here. This is not about Chris Rock. This is not about a joke. This is not even about the slap. This is about the fact that Will Smith, who is probably worth a few $100 million, who is a top tier male star in Hollywood.
Perhaps the biggest, I think he may be the biggest in Hollywood history.
Okay. Understand that. Listen, if you've been in the entertainment world, you have probably hobnobbed with more of these people whose name, that more than their names I don't even know. Okay.
No.
Understand something. Will Smith is not just an entertainer. He is a business commodity that's feeding a few dozen, if not maybe 100 or so people. Okay? At the level, what I'm saying is that at the level of entertainer that he is, this guy is not just a regular guy. He's not the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He's an industry. He is a commodity. In other words, he has a market value to the Hollywood machine that is more than just a personality. All right? He's what you would call a tastemaker or thought leader in the Hollywood media establishment. Okay? What that tells me is that there are people in that entertainment world who have a financial interest in making sure his image is not only pristine, but everyone's got to love Will Smith.
So why would he resort to professional wrestling?
I'm going to go there.
Which included the F word.
I'm going to go there.
Okay.
Will Smith, in the last 2 or so years, had a major chink in the armor. what was the major chink in the armor? You might not know this. I don't know if you're in the cultural milieu. Will Smith's wife has an internet show called The Red Table Talk.
Right. The open marriage?
It's beyond the open marriage. It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. The Red Table Talk is basically Jada Pinkett Smith's opportunity to vent her various midlife crises, issues, problems with aesthetics, her life. She had a bad day at the DMV. Her daughter's weird. Her daughter's trying polyamory. All kinds of weird Hollywood people crap they talk about on this show and try to normalize it as like a regular family problem, whatever.
Right.
At one point, she admits that she had an entanglement with a 26-year-old, I think his name was a rapper. I think his name was August something. I forget the guy's name, right?
Right.
Now, she invites her husband, Will Smith, on her Red Table Talk. And he's asking her about what happened with this kid, who apparently the kid was a troubled kid who they kind of like let into their sphere. I don't know if he lived in their house. I'm not absolutely sure. But the kid was the young man was in their sphere of influence.
Kind of like the Falwells.
Right. Okay. Understand. Will Smith is about I think he's literally my age. So
Okay.
This kid could be Will Smith's son.
Right.
All right. So the kid is in their sphere of influence. I'm not absolutely sure if he's in the house or not. We can check that later, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Smith is asking her what happened with Augie, and she basically says, "Well, we had an entanglement." When you watch Smith's face as she's explaining that she basically had an affair with this 26-year-old kid, his face looks like someone told him that his daddy wasn't his daddy. Like it basically just like drops. And then she said something to me that was beyond humiliating. And I think any man, any guy who's been married, any guy who's been in a relationship, any guy who's had any intimate relationship with a woman would realize what she was saying when she said this. He asks her, which I think was a mistake to ask, "Why did you do this?" And she said, "I wanted to feel good. It had been such a long time since I felt good. Don't you understand? I wanted to feel good." Listen, maybe my radar is off. David, you know what's the first thing that's going on in my mind when I hear her say that?
That's okay. I mean, I would be upset if.
I think you can tell what I think is going on in a man's mind when he's watching a wife tell her husband that she had an affair with a 26-year-old kid, and he asked why. She said, "I wanted to feel good." I'm not trying to get accused of anything that will get me sued, but allegedly in my mind, I'm like, Will's not laying the pipe. He's not exactly doing his manly duties.
Are you saying he's a Scientologist?
No, I'm not saying he's a Scientologist. What I'm saying is that the message she conveyed in saying, "I wanted to feel good," was that sounds like Will was not making you feel good in some way. So you needed 26-year-old August to help you make you feel good. So the point I'm trying to convey to you, David, is that she basically cuckolded him publicly on the internet.
Right. So he wasn't punching Chris Rock. He was punching the 26-year-old, right?
He was punching a narrative that had developed about himself, particularly in Black online spaces. That Will Smith was not the alpha male. There's this whole discourse these young kids have now. I find it hilarious. I find it hilarious because I was in a fraternity in college, and the first letter of my fraternity is actually Alpha. We actually called ourselves Alpha Men, which is kind of interesting, right? But there's this whole new trend that these kids have now, which guys didn't talk like this when we were coming up.
Right.
They're like, "Oh, I'm an alpha male," or "He's a beta male," or "He's a sigma male." And I was like, first of all, do you guys know this is all like eugenics discourse? I was like, where does this come from? Like, there's this whole thing that guys use these Greek alphabet letters to illustrate their personality hierarchies. It's a very kind of millennial thing. I frankly think it's driven by the rise of this incel culture and this kind of like manosphere. Frankly, from my analysis, David, there are a lot of troubled, insecure men, many of them young, some of them older, who are dealing with a crisis of masculinity, much of which has significant political ramifications because they also are attracted to the alt-right and Trumpism as well. And there are a plethora of socioeconomic factors that are causing this.
Bannon in 2016 root out the incel community and work with Cambridge Analytica, the how to pick up women?
Yeah, there's a combination of the pickup artist community, the men going their own way community, they call them MGTOW, the men's rights activist type. I remember the men's rights activist types when I was in law school in the 90s. They've been around for a while.
But they weren't like this.
They weren't like this.
They were?
No, they were not. They were not.
Right. They were. But these are almost proudly celibate men who accept the hierarchy, which is why they're susceptible to the intellectual dark web and Jordan Peterson, because they believe in a hierarchy. And these incels believe that they're the Stacys and the Chads, and that only 90% of men are not Chads. They have to get facial work done to be desirable, that it's the Chads who are getting all the women. They do accept the hierarchy, which makes them prone to Steve Bannon, the right wing, and Jordan Peterson.
You obviously are very conversant in this world.
Well, I'm a incel.
I doubt that.
Or a lobster, I can't figure.
But the larger point that I'm trying to convey to you is that in this world in which digital media has an influence over the consciousness of people who buy movie tickets, Will Smith's persona took a significant hit from that episode. And there were a variety of other revelations that came about their relationship. There were always rumors that they had an open marriage. I don't know. I'm not interested in the details of that.
Hey, everybody, I have an open marriage and I'm single. That's no big thing.
There you go. But
have you read Mike Cernovich and the Gorilla Mindset? There's a whole nexus, as you say, between acting like a traditional man, a monster, and being able to pick up women and owning the libs. I mean, that's the Mike Cernovich model of politics and love.
There's a whole, let's talk, as we always do, let's talk candidly, David. My position is that since the 2008 crash, particularly, there's an increase in economic precarity, fancy word for saying people are not getting good jobs, making good money. Money is scarce. Men are not able to replicate the traditional post-New Deal, Ozzie and Harriet, my father knows best image of masculinity. Because frankly, a lot of guys are noticing that a lot of the women they like have good jobs to make a lot of money, more than them.
Right.
And second of all, a lot of these girls, excuse me, I shouldn't say that, women are very smart, very educated, and they're just not impressed with you like strutting around because you just look like you came out of the gym. They want to have a conversation. They want to be treated kind of nicely. They actually want to be stimulated outside of their like genitalia.
And the way to stimulate their genitalia is by stimulating their mind.
Right, exactly. And there is a certain caliber of these men who, because of that economic precarity, maybe haven't gone to school, don't have that good six, 7-figure job, don't have that income caliber, and their capacity to exercise, another word, hypergamy, which a whole lot, all of this discourse comes out of that.
What is hypergamy?
Hypergamy is the process by which women choose men who are high on the hierarchy of desirable traits, particularly traditional normative traits of being a provider, caretaker, being masculine, being able to care for them. So women, the theory is that women use hypergamy as a means to choose a mate. In other words, women look for men who make good money, who are good looking,
Who have good sperm. Good sperm.
All of that stuff, right? So it's kind of an evaluation process. All of this language comes out of these movements. And because it's all Darwinism, eugenics, all of this crap. A lot of these young guys, because they are feeling that they cannot compete within the norms of female hypergamy standards, they're becoming frustrated and resentful. And they're echoing their resentment in these online spaces, podcasts, YouTube conversations, et cetera, all of these things. And it's becoming replicated in political discourse and being fed upon by personalities like Jordan Peterson and a whole bunch of people in the alt-right who are basically telling these young men that they are being robbed of their divine masculinity because the evil feminism has displaced them, and the postmodern neo-Marxist, cultural Marxists destroyed the good old days of America.
Right. There is the phenomenon. We do have to. We didn't talk about what we were planning to talk about. This is fantastic, though. There is the phenomenon of hyper-educated women having to downplay their skills to please a man. It still goes on.
Oh, there's no question about that. I don't deny that at all. And
Doug Emhoff thinks his wife is a city council lady from Washington, D.C.
Really?
No, I'm just making a bad.
But the bottom line is there is a material basis to the insecurity of these men, but it's rooted in a crisis of capitalism, not a crisis of their penis.
Right. Although men are having a crisis.
They might be having a crisis with their penises too. Who knows?
I think men are having, they say because of pornography, maybe because of chemicals, but men are at younger and younger ages, men are requiring Viagra at a younger age. For many,
or they're abstaining from sex.
Right.
They're initiating sexual contact much older than they normally would.
I would think that's an American problem. I can't imagine young people, not all, but some young people, because they've been so indoctrinated by the corporate hegemony that they have no idea what receiving or giving love means. I'm not trying to sound woke.
No, I think I think that phenomenon exists. I think that there are young men and young women like that. Wait, there's a lot of isolation,
right,
in the world, in the digital age, David.
Right. Which is easier than a real relationship.
Absolutely.
It's easier to imagine a relationship than actually be in one. Unless you're in a relationship with me, then it's just a cakewalk because I'm uncomplicated. Hey,
you sell yourself short.
Let's very quickly talk about the black middle class post Barack Obama, because we kind of touched on it. And I know you wrote a piece for Newsweek.
I wrote a piece about how the racial wealth gap basically protects the black elite. The discourse about the racial wealth gap, the rhetoric is basically that that black people have a significant amount of wealth loss compared to whites. There's a massive black-white wealth gap in that the median income of the median white family is profoundly higher than the median black family. This discourse comes around at the same time that you see people talking about socialism, the rise of Bernie Sanders, and I immediately was alarmed by this discourse because I realized exactly what it was doing. What it was doing was creating the illusion in the mind of particularly Black people that all white people are rich and all Black people are poor.
Right. Yeah.
And I believe, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, I don't care, that the ultimate agenda of this discourse that was being promoted by neoliberal think tanks like the Brookings Institute, Ivy League institutions, and Ivy League academics is to basically create a kind of internal racial navel gazing amongst Black online consumers of media, to believe that we have to address our collective racial wealth as if Warren Buffett is cutting checks to white kids in Appalachia. Like, wait, collective racial wealth exists anywhere because we have so much less wealth than white folk. And that's the key for us to be able to be, quote unquote, be participating in the American dream. And only reparations can fix that for us.
Right. We're going to have to continue this conversation, I hope, next week. This is really, I can't thank you enough. I'm sorry we couldn't see you, and I'm sorry Jason couldn't make it. To continue this conversation, go to thisisrevolutionpodcast.com and listen to Pascal Robert and Jason Miles. They are co-hosts of This Is Revolution podcast. I'll link to their Twitter handles in the description to this show. I am so glad you're coming on this show. This was a pleasant surprise. This came from a whole other. I was not expecting this conversation today. I thought it was going to be about something else. Really interesting. Thank you, Pascal. Anything?
No problem.
Anything you'd like to plug?
Tomorrow we're going to be talking to political scientist Cedric Johnson about his new book, The Panthers Can't Save Us Now, a critical analysis of the Black Lives Matter movement.
Great. Thank you, Pascal Robert. Great.
Right, thank you.
Let us now go to Los Angeles, I hope, where Howie Klein, the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, is standing by. And he also writes Down with Tyranny. Howie, are you there?
I'm here.
How are you, sir?
I'm well, thank you. We had a rainy, we never have rainy days in LA, like a couple of times a year. And today was all gloomy, no sun, rainy. I was depressed because there was no sun. I didn't know it was because there was no sun. I was trying to figure out why I was depressed. But then when the sun came out for 10 minutes, I got undepressed and I realized, it was because there was no sun.
Right.
Other than that, I'm just fine. How about you?
Well, I'll name drop. You'll understand why. It was a rainy day in Los Angeles about 20 years ago, and I was working at CBS, where they produced The Young and the Restless, and Paul Williams, who I think is, have you ever met Paul Williams?
Well, there are two famous Paul Williamses that I know of.
The architect?
And one of them I know, and one of them I know his music.
There's a Paul Williams, who I believe was an African-American architect in Los Angeles, right?
Yes, that's the third famous Paul Williams.
Right. I was actually in, we used to babysit Mac Davis's house. We had friends who babysat Mac Davis's house, and we would come and help them babysit. And he lived in Bel Air in a Paul Williams home. And I'm name dropping. I don't know why, but anyway, I get into Mac Davis. We lost Mac Davis. Anyway, great man.
And he was like a country singer, right?
Yes, and very generous. We would babysit his house when his family went on vacation, and just so open and trusting and generous. And but anyway, Paul, so I get into an elevator.
Feel anything?
No. But
not even a little tiny something?
No, but I was shown his writing room, and I saw opened the book, the notes to Baby, Baby, Don't Get Hooked on Me. And I could see like he left it out there for people to see his writing process. Paul Williams, who is another who is still with us. I've never met him. I would love to meet. Oh, I met him once, and that's what. So I'm in an elevator with him. It's a Monday, and it's
at CBS or at Paul Williams' house or at Mac Davis's house. Whose house? Who had the elevator in their house?
I'm at CBS going to work. Paul Williams, the musician, has a guest star role on The Young and the Restless as an actor.
Wait a minute. Paul Williams, the musician?
The musician.
The architect.
No. Paul Williams, the musician, is
okay.
The musician gets into the elevator with me, and it's a Monday, and it's rainy, and I look at him, and I said, "Rainy days and Mondays always cheer me up."
Ooh.
And he went, "That's good."
And he wrote a song about that?
He wrote "Rainy days and Mondays always get me down." And he walked
So
in.
you did you get any royalties from that?
Well, he laughed. He said, "That's a good one. It's Monday, it's raining." And
he wrote it before you told him.
Right. He wrote "Rainy days and Mondays always get me down." He walks.
I know, but I thought he wrote it because you said that to him.
No. But my mind, it was 9 a.m. and I relive that moment over and over again, Howie. Let us talk about.
Now, the other Paul Williams, who you didn't mention, and I don't know where the architect. Oh, yes, the architect is the one who built the home for Mac Davis. I got it. But the other Paul Williams was the founder and publisher of Crawdaddy magazine.
Oh,
and he was the one.
Is that and who was the woman who came to see your show at SUNY with Jim Morrison, who wrote for 16 magazine? What was her name? Okay, Staver.
Well, the person who
Staver.
Gloria Stavers.
Gloria
yes.
Stavers. Did
she come? Did she come? I don't think so.
Okay.
What made you think that she? I mean, she could have come because one of her best friends came, but I don't think that she was with him. Her best friend was Danny Fields, and he came to that show, but I don't think that Gloria was with him.
Okay.
That's funny you should say that.
I remember you mentioned Gloria Staver.
Maybe she was there. I don't know.
And your mom,
I was
your mom smoking dope with Jimi Hendrix.
That was another year.
Okay. I just remember, and I remember the name Gloria Staver, and I remember thinking, I haven't heard that name since I used to read my sister's 16 magazine.
Yeah, we all say it was our sisters.
Yeah. Okay. Let us now turn to the Democratic Party. I want to play you a clip, if you don't mind. Kevin McCarthy, minority leader of the House, Republican, wants to be Speaker. He was on a retreat with all the other Republicans, and this is what he said at the retreat, if I can.
Before you play it, can I ask you a question,
yes,
just
sir.
in case? Is this where somebody asked him who invited Madison Cawthorn to the orgy?
All right, let's talk about the orgy. Go ahead. Madison Cawthorn is a congressman, and he said that, what did he say? I think over the weekend he was talking to a right-wing podcast host.
Well, I don't know who the podcast host is. I watched the clip, and I'd never heard of that person, but sure, he could be a right-winger, he could be anything. But yes, but it didn't seem to me that Cawthorn realized that what he was saying was going to be going out to lots and lots of people. But he said that two things that were of interest there. One was that he's watched old Republicans snorting coke, meaning when I say old Republicans, I mean old Republican members of Congress snorting coke. And the other was that some old Republicans, members of Congress, invited him to an orgy.
Right.
So, of course, there's been and he's a very good-looking young guy. He's 25, I believe, or 26 now, and he's very, very handsome in a kind of a traditional Nazi way. Right. In fact, another member of Congress said to me, about him, said, the Nazis always look hot, or something like that. But that guy isn't the one who invited him to the orgy. He said like some 70-year-old or a 60 or 70-year-old invited him to an orgy. Or he said people like that. He didn't say the age of the person. But anyway, all day today, everyone on Capitol Hill is trying to guess who invited the young Nazi to an orgy. And especially because his wife divorced him because he had been in a serious accident. His penis doesn't work. And so what's his role at the orgy? Anyway, is it his mouth or something else? But in any case, everyone is trying to guess who. So it seems that from what I'm hearing, the two main suspects who invited Madison Cawthorn to the orgy are one or the other. So one, of course, everybody guesses Lindsey Graham. My theory about that is that, everybody guesses Lindsey Graham because that's the obvious person, and it doesn't have anything to do with reality. The thing that people in the know guess, and this is the one I think who is the person, is a fellow North Carolinian and a neighbor of his named Patrick McHenry, who happens to be a closet case and a very, very extreme right, and definitely is friendly with Cawthorn. So he was probably the one that invited Cawthorn to the orgy.
This is just U.S. Representative Congressman.
This is great.
Yes.
I guarantee you no other radio show has had this news on today.
This is exciting stuff. And you were right about Lindsey Graham. You told us about Marco Rubio's white teeth. You told us about Mitch McConnell. And people say, well, why is this important? And the rule is, if you're a Republican, you're not allowed to have any type of sex that is not with a woman in the missionary position.
Only in the missionary position, exactly right.
Otherwise, you're a hypocrite, and you're dangerous, and you're self-loathing, and the gloves are off. If the gloves are off sexually in the Republican Party when it comes to persecuting the LGBT community, then the gloves are off exposing any Republicans who are closet cases.
All of them.
All of them. Well, all of them are closet cases.
So I wrote about this. I think I just tweeted about it. Yes. So anyone who wants to go to my Twitter will find a link to a long story about when Patrick McHenry was first elected to Congress and how he was in trouble, not just for being a closet case. That was the least of it. He had his former lover murdered. So it's a very interesting story, and I recommend that anybody who likes this kind of thing go and read it.
I'm putting a picture of Patrick McHenry up on the screen right now. He's a regular John Wayne.
Yeah.
John Wayne wore assless chaps.
The thing about Patrick McHenry is that he is the epitome of the Republican establishment. When he was first elected, he vowed over and over again that no one would ever get to the right of him. That he would be, without a doubt, he would be the role model for the most extreme right person in Congress. And he would say that openly. I mean, he wasn't fooling around. That was his role for the first couple of years. And now he's not even close. He's not even close to that. The Republican, he hasn't changed, but the Republican Party has moved so far to the right that now he's sort of in the middle of it. I think he's even like he's going to be a committee chair of the, he's the ranking member on the House Financial Services Committee. They always try to find the most corrupt person they could find, who's in bed with the big banks and everything. Well, that would be him. They made him the ranking member. So when they win Congress, which is likely, he will become the chairman of that committee. And that committee, in any case, there are 3 or 4 committees in Congress that are like beyond belief in their corruption. That's the biggest of them all.
Well, I did some while you were talking, because I had not heard about Patrick McHenry being gay, but according to Tal Road in 2010, they asked Congressman Patrick McHenry over the Crooked Dope asked Patrick McHenry, "Are you gay?" And he said, I am not. So he denies being gay.
And he left that interview and married his secretary that day.
Okay. This and he's anti-gay. He's
very anti-gay.
Gay, but anti-gay. He's your typical.
I at the time when he was first exposed to being gay, I wrote half a dozen stories about it. So if you want to go back to my original, you could go to that tweet today, and you'll get to the main story about him. The part that I really relished was more than just being gay, but the murder. That was the main thing.
What was the murder?
He murdered his lover.
Okay. And who was the lover?
Some galoot.
I'm Googling it right now, and there's a lot. I mean, if you just, Pat
Google,
McHenry.
McHenry Down with Tyranny.
Okay, there's Patrick McHenry's Creepy Closet in Blue NC. Anti-gay activists tell Patrick McHenry to come out wherever you are. This goes back to 2010. North Carolina conservative is not happy with people outing him as gay. Well, then he should join the Democrats, right? Let me look up.
The Democrats don't want or need him. Please. We have enough of our own problems.
We've got Charlie Crist.
I mean, the point is not to out Patrick McHenry. It doesn't matter anymore. He's a happily married Republican. The point is to say that he got a little itch in his crotch for Cawthorn, whatever his name is. Madison Cawthorn, that's right.
This is from Down with Tyranny, March 9th, 2012. Speaking of Mark Foley and Larry Craig, for those of you, if you don't remember who they are, we'll tell you. A robocall went out to Republicans and some independents, tying McHenry to both of them, or at least to their hypocrisy and promiscuous gay activities. So, okay.
The murder story is the interesting one. That was the one that was the fascinating one in my series about Patrick McHenry's gay hypocrisy.
Is this as bad as
someone? Big deal.
Is this as bad as Matt Gates's murder story? Wasn't there a murder?
Yes, there was a murder there too. That's right.
In his dorm room, right? They had to move the body, yes. Allegedly.
Him and his father. By the way, which reminds me, the other person who a lot of people were talking about as the possibility for having invited Cawthorn to the sex orgy. That's what Cawthorn said. I mean, you listen and say, "Oh, that's how he's claiming that there was a sex orgy." No, Cawthorn said this. It's on tape. I mean, everyone was talking about it today.
Yeah.
But in any case, the other person who a lot of people guessed was Gates. That Gates invited him because Gates is known for being a major participant in orgies.
Right. I didn't know that he was doing it with men, though. I thought he was just doing it with.
Well, he's a polymorphous pervert. If it moves, we don't know if he also likes bodies, but if it moves, he'll go for it.
I will play the tape later. I have it somewhere. Well, let's. This is always fun. The news has been so depressing.
What was the question again?
Huh?
What was the question?
This is much more interesting, going after hypocrisy in the Republican Party, which eventually is going to destroy them, I think, by the midterms. I think Putin has all the compromise on them. And because they're now supporting Zelensky and not Putin, we're going to get more and more information.
But not Cawthorn.
Not Cawthorn.
You know what Cawthorn said, right? People will remember that Cawthorn claims that Zelensky is a thug.
Right. How much do you think Putin is secretly funding the Republican Party? How much do you think? I have I've been thinking like Biden has sat down with his intelligence agencies and and they said to him, whether or not they're right, but I think Biden has been convinced that all the insanity that we're seeing on the right can be traced back to Vladimir Putin, that he's secretly funding all these crackpots. Do you think that's true? And do you think Biden and
I don't know about the word all and, that kind of thing, but I think that a lot of Russian oligarchs who are related to Putin are funding Republicans? Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's not a matter of thinking. I mean, there's no question about it. And in fact, one of them just pled guilty the other day, a friend of Giuliani's, so one of the guys he worked with in Ukraine,
right,
on behalf of Putin.
Right. So we heard Moscow Mitch.
Yes.
So if you have a Republican Party that is getting money funneled to them through the NRA was funneling Russian money to candidates. We know that Michael Flynn, General Flynn, who's insane, was lobbying for Turkey, but who knows where that money was coming from, and who knows what other money he was getting from.
Also on Putin's payroll.
Right. So it seems to me, whether or not it's true, that Biden is convinced that the crazies on the right are getting funded by Putin to say and do anything. Like Tucker Carlson, I have to believe, is being financed by Orban in Hungary, who's being financed by Putin. Is that a fair guess? Because nobody's.
We don't know. I mean, yes, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Right. What do you?
I mean, Tucker Carlson is now one of the most popular TV personalities in Russia.
Right. But nobody will advertise on his show.
I hope you're right.
So I have to assume that Mike Lindell, who does advertise, is paying 10 times as much for a 30-second spot, and he's getting his money from Orban, who's getting his money from Putin, and that's what's keeping Tucker profitable. What are you making tonight?
Nothing.
What do I hear in the background? I hear you.
I made lunch instead of dinner tonight. I just eat one meal a day, so usually I have dinner. But Roland is in Maine, so I'm just I'm on my own. Okay. So I just have lunch. So I did baked eggs.
Baked eggs.
Yum yum.
Okay, but you're a vegan.
No, I'm just me.
Okay. Let's talk about Kevin McCarthy and his vision for the midterms. This is what he thinks the Republicans have to run on. This is him speaking at his retreat, at the Republican retreat last week.
When you look at the two biggest threats long-term to America is our debt and China. Okay? So what are we going to do to solve that? Well, we've got to get our debt under control. It's driving inflation. How do we balance it? How do we pay it off? Well, if we set a budget and we stick to it year after year, well, then you also have a concern, what about our military? Okay, but you can't just keep throwing money at the military. We should be reforming the military where our dollars go further. So it's continual improvement in everything you go.
Okay, so McCarthy says the two biggest threats facing America are debt and China. Is that a winning message?
Well, I think Republican audiences like that. But, remember, McCarthy doesn't, you said McCarthy said, which, okay, he did, but he doesn't write his own material. He has someone like you writing his material.
Okay, and that is what the Republicans are offering the American people. Tackling debt and the threat from China, even though everything we see on the news, I'm just talking about politically, everything America sees on the news is Russia is the problem that must be dealt with.
Well, the Republicans are completely, utterly brainwashed already about China, so there's no worries there. They, their news sources are all China, China, China. China's the.
Okay. You write over at Down with Tyranny, which everybody should read. Go to downwithtyranny.com. The Democratic Party, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. That's your war. That's from the song War, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The title is The Democratic Party, What Is It Good For? And
you recognize it as something that popped in my head. When I wrote "What Is It Good For," as I was writing it, I realized I was getting it from a war song.
So they're giving us war. I want to read what you wrote. You say Democratic electoral framing is we're the lesser of two evils. It no longer works. You write the Democrats better revamp the DCCC and DSCC. Ease out the Republican wing of the Democratic Party and embrace the legitimate aspirations of working families, not just in word, but in deed, and they'd better do it fast. So if they did it fast.
It's too late. I'm just trying to say something positive. It's too late.
There's nothing they can do, right? Because of Manchin. Is it that simple? It's Manchin?
Well, first of all, there's Manchin and Sinema. On the one hand, on the other hand, there are dozens of people like Manchin and Sinema in the House, and although it doesn't get to the same place in the House that it does in the Senate because Nancy Pelosi is more skilled than Chuck Schumer doesn't know what he's doing. And she negotiates with them. Now, this is not necessarily a good thing because they say, we're not going to support this legislation unless you take out all the good parts. So she just takes out all the good parts and then they pass crappy legislation.
We're almost out of time. Have you seen the Frontline hagiography about Pelosi?
What was that verb?
There's a documentary that praises Nancy Pelosi. Frontline did it. I like Frontline.
And there'll be lots of things about her from, in the next few years when she's gone. That most people will say positive things about her. Most Democrats, I don't mean people. Most Democrats will say positive things. You won't be doing that. Yeah, you may catch me doing that a little bit. She was good at one time. Not very good. She was somewhat good.
She
was one of the founders of the Progressive Caucus. Did you know that?
They mentioned that in the,
I
didn't know that.
Yep.
Molly Ball has an interesting book about her. Here's the thing about Pelosi. If you look at her through the eyes of, these neolibs like Walter Isaacson and Meekum and Doris Kearns Goodwin or Doris Goodwin. If you look, or David McCullough, the popular American history writers, she did impeach him twice. Historically speaking, she did, again, I'm not going to defend Nancy Pelosi or her criminal family, but she did impeach Donald Trump twice. She tore up his speech. She was brave and she stood up to fascism. The historians, whether you like it or not, are going to give her credit for that, right?
I like it. It's fair.
Yeah.
She's not, she's not a complete villain.
Alan Grayson loves her.
He does.
Yeah.
She's a partial villain, though.
Before you go, did you watch the Academy Awards?
Come on, David. You're joking.
I don't know anymore.
Did I watch the awards? I may have watched the Academy Awards. Did they have them in the early 60s?
Yes.
I may have watched them in the early 60s when I was a child, and there was only one TV set.
It was very interesting to watch because they are...
What was that all about?
The what?
Somebody got slapped, I heard. What was that all about?
Yeah, we've been talking about that all day.
Oh, okay.
Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and we've been talking. They made the case for diversity. I thought they made a successful case for diversity, especially to people like me and my audience who think class struggle comes first. I thought they made a convincing case that wokeness leads to class struggle, contributes to raising the economic fortunes of the 99%. I thought they sold me on it.
Who did?
The Academy. The quotas, the going out of their way to stress diversity and making the Oscars look like America.
Good. Did Sean Penn get Zelensky to speak or something?
No, he's smelting his Oscar as we speak.
Okay. Yeah, the Oscars were never my kind of thing. I was like, it was hard enough to put up with the Grammys, and I had to put up with the Grammys. But Oscars, I never had any reason to watch that thing.
Fantastic, Howie Klein. This was like old times. I forget.
Your daughter got in touch with me today and asked me if there was anything that I wanted to talk about, and I said, yeah, but it doesn't really matter.
This was more entertaining. I needed this. This was nice and juicy.
I want everyone to read this story about the murder. It's a serious story. It's not a joke. Okay, how about this? How about if I send it to you and then you make everyone in your world read it?
You're talking about McHenry's murder.
He murdered his lover. It was a really big deal.
Why don't
I even have a picture of the lover.
Why don't we tease this for next week? Where we talk about, we do crimes of passion. This will be good. Crimes of passion from Howie Klein. We'll talk for 15 minutes. We'll talk about McHenry, and then we'll talk about Matt Gates's roommate who got rolled up in a blanket.
Right. Okay. And that's true. And what about Lindsey Graham? Did Lindsey Graham really win an Oscar last night?
Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
I don't think Lindsey Graham won an Oscar.
Oh, I see. Someone got me going. They told me that he got was Drama Queen of the Year or something.
No, he was a seat filler at the Oscars.
I see.
Backstage, he was filling. Okay, that's a seat filler joke. I apologize. Howie Klein is the founder. Hey, if you're a Republican, the gloves are off because they don't think we'll go there. And I have no qualms about being as mean as vindictive as Republicans can be. Howie Klein.
The murder story is in your inbox.
Okay. To be continued next week. Follow Howie Klein over at Down with Tyranny for juicy items like this and serious thought about the future of our country. And he is the founder.
And if you want more serious thought, be sure to read Down with Tyranny at 9 tonight.
Why? What do we have?
We have the weirdest story that's ever run on Down with Tyranny.
Did you write it?
No. Someone else wrote it, and I can't figure out what it's about.
Oh, okay. All right. Follow Howie on Twitter at Down with Tyranny. We love you, Howie Klein. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
Well, I enjoy the murder story.
Thank you very much. Well, this is exciting. I don't know if Steve Scrovan's going to be able to follow gossip like this, murder in high places. Steve Scrovan is about to join us. When we come back, we will be joined by Emmy Award-winning comedy writer. You love him as a comedy writer, and you love him as one of the hosts of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. He joins us after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckled in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your
Well, that's the wrong video. Hang on. I played the wrong one. I apologize. I want you to see the Steve Skrovan joins us. He is, besides being an Emmy Award-winning comedy writer, he is also one of the hosts of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour and director, along with Henriette Mantel, of An Unreasonable Man, a monumental documentary. Who's it about?
It's about you, David. No, it's about Ralph Nader. That's how I got involved in all this stuff before you got me involved in this radio show that's now in its 8th year, or completed its 8th year.
How many years?
8 years. It was 2014 when, I don't know if people know the backstory of this or whether they care to hear it, but I'm going to tell it anyway. Back in 2014, probably in January, David calls me, and he and Alan Minsky were at KPFK, and somebody was you were going to fill in for somebody in the drive time hour at KPFK in Los Angeles, and you thought, let's do a alternate State of the Union with Ralph Nader, alternate to Obama's State of the Union that was coming a few days later, and so you asked me to get in touch with Ralph because you knew I knew him and more importantly, the people who could get to him. And so I hooked you up for the interview, and you said, okay, now be here at 4:30.
I'm not talking to my hero by myself.
Yes. I said, well, what do you need me there for? And you said, because Ralph Nader has been my hero since I was a kid. My father said this is the greatest American, and I can't be in a room alone, even if he's in Connecticut. Right. You have to be there with me, so to hold your hand. And right. So I went and I kind of sat in the corner, put some headphones on. You did a really good job interviewing him, covered a lot of topics. As did you. I jumped in here and there, but you pretty much carried it. And then after we were done with him, you, me, and Minsky, we all looked at each other and said, wow, this guy knows a lot of stuff. We should do this every week.
Right.
And we kind of put a proposal together for Ralph, who wasn't, on board immediately. It took a little convincing because he's a very busy man. And we convinced him, and we started, I think, this month in March of 2014. So this is 8 years. Yeah, this is 8 years. 420 shows we've done.
No.
420 episodes. We haven't missed a week. And it's been, I don't know about for you, I know for you, but I know definitely for me, it's been such a tremendous education. Yes. And I'm so much the better for it.
Yes, absolutely.
Being able to just have access to his reading list. The man consumes information like nobody's business. And he is probably the greatest public citizen or American that I can think of.
Mark Green says since Ben Franklin.
Yeah.
I never met Ben Franklin, so I'm going to say it's Ralph Nader.
And Ben and Ralph is probably on the same technological level as Ben Franklin. Because we have to connect to him. We're on Zoom. I know we started with Skype, and then we had this other Uber conference, and now we're doing Zoom, which is the most user friendly. And we were pioneering this remote work forever. And Ralph, we connect to him through a series of string and coffee cans.
Right.
Because he is on the phone. Every once in a while, when he was in DC pre-pandemic week, every once in a while we can get him, sit him in front of a laptop and put some headphones on him and a microphone. But he's a Luddite, still writes his books on his manual typewriter.
So for our younger listeners, or the people our age who have forgotten because we're getting older, no Ralph Nader, no what?
No Ralph Nader, no auto safety bill, no seat belts, no airbags, no. He opened up the Freedom of Information Act.
He introduced the freedom of it. He created it.
I don't know if he created it, but whatever he did, he had something to do with the origins of it. Probably no EPA, no OSHA, occupational NHTSA, National Traffic Highway Safety. The man has
Whistleblower Act. He invented the term whistleblower.
The Whistleblower Act. Yes. The whistleblower, so many things. He was the one that sued Nixon after the Saturday Night Massacre. When you put it all together, it's an amazing thing that has not only advanced the democracy, but saved tangibly hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives over the last 50 years.
Yeah,
and
not just water safety, but water, the water you drink, the air
Clean
you
Air
breathe.
Act, Clean Water Act, that all originates. Ralph, the fact that we have an Earth Day, Ralph was in the origins of that. It was he with Unsafe Hitting Speed, Rachel Carson, who died very shortly after she wrote the book, who did Silent Spring. I read Unsafe at Any Speed when I did if you can see the poster behind me for the movie, and everybody talks about the Corvair. The Corvair was one chapter in that book. He was talking about mileage standards. He was talking about pollution and all of those kind of things, all those other things in the book too, way ahead of his time.
And he gets the settlement from GM, couple $100,000, and instead of
$475,000 in 1970 money, $475, almost $500,000 in 1970 money. I don't know what that would be today.
Right.
Maybe one of your listeners can look that up.
And what does he do with the money?
Well, what he did was he poured it all into this activism and created the Nader's Raiders, basically, in various forms. So the irony is that General Motors, who investigated him and he sued them for invasion of privacy, he won the settlement, the largest settlement of its time for privacy. And he poured all that money back into all these other institutions where they're inspecting meat, they're inspecting commercials, the Federal Trade Commission. That was the first Nader's Raiders project, where they coined that term, where Geritol was talking about iron poor blood and all of these bullshit things that don't really exist, and he cleaned all that up. So he was the icon, one of the most admired Americans in the early throughout the 70s, pretty much.
Right. And while he was going to Harvard Law, and yes, Harvard Law occasionally produces somebody worthy. He was traveling around the country writing for The Nation magazine. He is a journalist. He brought journalism to his legal mission. He can speak clearly and he writes clearly.
Yes. And you hear that a lot when we interview journalists or people who've written a book. And Ralph says, what are you going to do about it? And they go, well, I just, highlight the problem. I don't know. I'm not an activist.
Right.
Ralph was both. And so he gets impatient with the journalists and the authors who write these great books, And he says we are in a golden age of exposés and documentaries and books, and very little gets done. They, the corporate machine has figured out a way to avoid, like in his day, General Motors was so arrogant, just like Will Smith, they thought they could get up and slap him.
Right.
And in slapping him, they ended up financing his entire consumer crusade, the consumer movement.
Right.
So that's what happened. That's what's going to happen to Will Smith too, by the way.
Why, did something happen? What
He's
happened?
going to be diminished, and Chris Rock is going to get a Netflix special out of Will Smith's Oscar will always be tarnished by that. And he will have done nothing for the people he purports to protect. And I think Will Smith is a good guy, down deep, but he just, the arrogance and power got to him where he felt he could just walk up on that stage and slap somebody. And that's what happens, that hubris. That's what GM exhibited back in the 60s with Ralph. They thought he could just smear him, and it ended up biting them in the ass. And this is going to end up biting Will Smith in the ass. See how I brought that all together? Wow.
Yeah. And you, did you win an Oscar for Best Documentary?
No, we were in what's called the short list. We did make the short list for Oscar documentaries. They narrow them down to 15 before they get to the final 5, so that the people who are voting don't have to watch 80 documentaries in just 15 of them. And so we made the short list, which is a significant accomplishment, considering, how many, probably there are 80 to 100 documentaries every year that are worthy. I mean, we got into Sundance, there were, 1,700 submissions, and we made their final 16. So we made the 15 in the short list, but we didn't make the final 5. And it was the year that, it's a funny story, it was the year that An Inconvenient Truth won the Oscar. Now, An Inconvenient Truth,
that's interesting.
Yeah, it had like that was the
Gore versus Nader.
Well, that was a whole headline at Sundance in 2006, is Nader and Gore and Jennifer Aniston.
Right.
Those are the 3 stars who were coming. And Ralph's 99-year-old mother died that week, and Ralph couldn't show up at Park City. And that cost us a lot of press. So he probably could have met with Gore. It would have been a huge thing, but that precluded that, and probably cost us a lot of notoriety in that regard. But all the other documentary filmmakers that lost to An Inconvenient Truth, a very important movie that is, seminal about the climate crisis, but all the other documentaries, myself included, were furious that it was a PowerPoint presentation.
Right.
We lost to a PowerPoint presentation by one of the historically most boring men in history. And because they had a, $5 million marketing budget, they were the 800-pound gorilla. Important story.
I have to
upset.
Let's plug.
Yes.
Our big event this Wednesday, and then you and I square off with Stump the Hump. We have the Quizmaster, Dan, here.
Okay.
I don't know what the topic is. What's the topic, Dan?
Today it is going to be on trains. I was doing this month in history, and in March, there's the birthday of George Pullman. He was born in Brockton, New York, and he improved railroad sleeping accommodations. The Pullman sleeper, otherwise known as the Palace car. And you're just taking a train trip recently as well, so I thought that was pretty
cool. Oh, and you know something about pulling. Well, okay. Plug our big thing.
Yeah. So we're going to do this Wednesday in 2 days. We're going to do a live Zoom, kind of much like what David's doing every week, twice a week, which I
only entertaining.
Unbelievable how you do it, and you do it like for 18 hours.
Yes.
For truckers who are going cross country.
And until they release the hostages in Tehran, I'm just going to keep going.
Well, that's how they get people to talk, is to have them listen to your show.
Yeah.
So we're going to do our own live event. It'll be a little over an hour, and with Ralph. And it's going to feature the author Jesse Singer, who wrote a book which has got a great title. It's very ominous, could be a murder mystery, and it is kind of a murder mystery in the sense. It's called There Are No Accidents. And it's about the idea that we use this euphemism accident to cover a lot of things that could be preventable, and how it's kind of funny that all of these accidents tend to really mostly harm the poor and underserved communities, and how the more privileged and richer of us can avoid these, what they call accidents. And she talks from personal experience. That was a friend of hers who was killed on a bike in New York by a drunk driver, and how that was termed an accident. And it's not really an accident. When the guy says, my car hit this guy. No, your car didn't hit this guy. You hit this guy. So we're going to talk about that with Ralph, and you're going to get to go behind the scenes, see how the sausage is made. David and I will be doing the warm up. We'll doing our witty banter, if you want to be privy to all of that. But it's going to be. And
I'm a pretty imposing, intimidating figure over at the Ralph Nader Radio Hour.
You are. You're the. I call you the district attorney.
No. I'm joking.
No? Okay.
I'm joking about how I'm the weakest link on that.
Well, I think Ralph is a little afraid of you. He's always, when he asks us to ask questions, like, Steve, you go first. David, very quickly.
I have a bit of a. There have been some incidents with some guests that
there have been some complaints from some guests, but I think it's always fun. And I don't think we're going to get it this week unless David's just off his nut. But for those of you who come, it's 12:30 Eastern time, 9:30 Pacific time, and everywhere in between. This Wednesday, March 30th, we're going to do a live Zoom of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. So go to ralphnaderradiohour.com and click on the button. You'll see a picture of the author, and it'll be right there very prominently on the page, and that'll take you to the registration. Do it soon because it's filling up. And I think we have like a 500 capacity. The last time we did this with author Richard Panchik, we sold out. And so you don't want to be blocked out. Go.
Yeah, it's free, and it's an opportunity to perhaps talk to Ralph, ask questions, and it would be nice if everybody showed up. It's on Zoom. All you need is Zoom.
All you need is Zoom, and I'm going to put the link in the chat for people.
And put it in the YouTube chat room as well. We also have competing chat rooms. Now, it's time to play Stump the Humps with our host, Stump Master, Quizmaster, Dan Frankenberger, putting some little money in the kitty here.
You want me to stick around for this, David?
Yeah, I'm going to kick your ass. I never lose this because he shows me the answers beforehand. But it's a memory thing. I see the answers, but the question is, can I remember the answers? No, I have not. Have I seen any of the answers?
No, you have not. I just wrote the quiz within the last hour. So
and I'm not checking the chat room because I don't trust the chat room. They would. I'll go first, and we'll teach Steve how to lose Stump the Humps because he will lose.
So I have put together 5 questions, and they are all multiple choice. So David, the first one's heading your direction first. The pantograph is an articulated device fitted to the roof of a train. It serves to send telegrams, supply electricity to the train, ensure the train's stability, or to chug a choo-choo.
Well, I'm one of the world's leading experts on trains. I have no idea. I'm going to give me the choices again.
Send telegrams, supply electricity to the train.
And this is the what?
Pantograph.
Pantograph.
So it must have something to do with Satan. Start again.
The pantograph is an articulated device fitted to the roof of a train. It serves to send telegrams, supply electricity to the train, ensure the train's stability, or chug a choo-choo?
I'm going to go with 1.
10 telegrams. Steve.
What was the second one? Does it? I think it maybe
The
power.
second one was supply electricity to the train.
That's what I'm going with.
And that is correct. Supply electricity to the train.
Oh, look at that.
Steve Strovan, can I mention your society that you belonged to in college?
No need to mention that.
Scrovan
I will have to kill you, David.
leading 1-0.
And nobody will know because it'll be, one of those plutonium things. You'll just, look like you.
All right.
It'll
Okay.
be live on this podcast.
I can't
so
help
no one
it.
will know.
He belongs to a secret society. I'm not making this up, and I cannot help but think he's being given the answers. Go ahead. You're up, Steve.
So
All right.
question number 2, where does the word train derive? Is it Persian, Latin, Greek, or is it from your mother's diary?
Are you implying that the wedding train? I thought you were talking about something dirtier. Okay.
My mother's diary. Persian, we say Persian, Latin,
Greek.
Train, the word train. That's a hard one to,
These are hard questions.
I'm going to say Persian.
All right. So I'm going to assume that it comes from the root trans. I'm just going to assume that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
And so give me the countries.
It's the language is Persian, Latin, Greek, or your mother's diary.
The mother's diary.
I'm going to go with Latin.
It is Latin.
Yeah, that's very good. Once you said trans,
So wait, did Steve get that right, or what happened? You got it wrong.
I got it wrong.
Okay. All right. So it's now tied. So I'm winning.
No,
It's tied.
it's tie. Yeah, because you're the home team. So
I'm the home team.
tie goes with the home team.
Okay. Who's up?
David's first this time. Question number 3. Who built the first full-scale working railway steam locomotive? Was it Richard Trevithick, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, George Stephenson, or Pornhub?
Okay. Give me those names again. And who built the first what?
Full-scale working railway steam locomotive.
The first railway steam locomotive. Okay.
Richard
Did Fulton do the steamboat?
Fulton was not on the list, so
Okay.
it wasn't the train.
Okay.
Richard Trevithick.
Trevovic.
Yep.
That sounds like a name that you wouldn't make up. So that seems legitimate. Okay, I'm gonna guess. So far, Trevovic sounds like something you wouldn't have come up with. Go ahead.
The second one is Isambard Kingdom Brunel.
What is that again? What's the first name?
Isambard. ISAM.
Oh, that one you could not possibly make up. So I'm gonna go with number 2 so far.
And then George Stephenson. Might be Stephenson. And then Pornhub.
I'm gonna go with 2. I'm gonna go with number 2. Just because I don't think you could make that name up.
Ibrahim Steve. Okay. I'm going to say the first one that you can't make up.
Steve is correct.
Steve is correct.
Yep.
So I'm now winning 3-1. There's waiting. We weight the questions differently.
Yes.
Question
I'm waiting
number
for you to get one right.
2-1. This is the first time I've ever been behind. Go ahead. Who's
Okay,
up?
Not your friends in San Francisco.
Easy.
They told me.
Easy.
Here's question number 4 of 5. What was the last railroad company to use steam locomotives for regular interchange service? Was it New York Central, Milwaukee Road, Norfolk and Western, or I Think I Can, I Think I Can?
You, Steve. It's right. Steve has to pick.
Oh, to me. I'm sorry. Repeat the question again.
What was the last railroad company to use steam locomotives for the regular interchange service? New York Central, Milwaukee Road, Norfolk and Western, or I Think I Can, I Think I Can?
Well, it goes without saying, I think I can that one. But I'm going to, the logic here is that what would be more hinterland? Would it be Norfolk and Western or Milwaukee? I'm going to give New York the more advanced technology.
Right.
No other reason that, you would think they would be on top of that. I'm going to say Milwaukee.
You're going to say Milwaukee. Well, and it's Norfolk. Is that what? Connecticut?
Norfolk and Western.
That must be
New York Central, Milwaukee Road, Norfolk and Western.
I'm going to guess it's Connecticut, and I'm going to say Connecticut because I could just imagine old Yankees in Connecticut fighting change. I'm going to go with Norfolk.
That is correct. Norfolk and Western.
Ooh.
Say it like it is. That was a shit show.
So it's now tied 2-2. This is the last question.
This is the last question, number 5.
And who's up first? Me.
David is up first.
These are. It's interesting. This is the first time I had no idea what the answer was to any of these questions.
When I decided it was going to be trains, I had a hard time coming up with the right questions. I was like,
oh, it's great because it teaches you. It's like, how do we guess on tests? It's for young kids to learn how to bullshit. All right, what's the question?
Question number 5. How do trains pull very heavy loads? They run downhill. They use multiple engines. They use diesel fuel or Kegel exercises.
Easy.
Again, you know what? I'm seeing a pattern here, David. The last choice is a joke.
Yeah, it's never the right one.
It never seems to be the right one.
All right, go again, because this is a physics question. So give it to me again.
How do trains pull very heavy loads? They run downhill. They use multiple engines. They use diesel fuel or Kegel exercises.
Well, I'm just thinking out loud that it could be a trick. This could be a trick question. The answer could be Kegel exercises. You never know. But diesel feels like the obvious answer. But I'm thinking of the Roman aqueducts, and I'm wondering, because I think the aqueducts were designed so that they were always downhill. There was a slight incline. I know the answer is diesel, but I'm going to say they go downhill.
All right. I'm going to say, I don't know what diesel fuel would have, why it would be more powerful. And I don't know how you can make everything downhill.
Well, the aqueducts are all
right.
down.
How do trains pull heavy loads? But trains go all over. So you're going to have to go uphill sometime, no matter what. So I think the answer may be the obvious one, which is they use more engines.
Is that where you're going with, Steve?
That's what I'm going with.
That is true. They use multiple engines. Sometimes there's locomotives in the front, center, and end of the train.
Well, it was close. You almost beat me.
Good try, Steve. Good try.
Ah, boy, I was so close. You know what? I think we need to have a meeting where we redo the sudden death overtime rules here. Because
but it was close. I
have a feeling I scored more points.
You were a worthy competitor,
Yeah.
And I have to say, you gave me a run. You scared me at one point, but I was adding up the score.
Yeah.
And, I pulled it out at the last minute, beating you 3-2.
You are such a Republican. You are so Donald Trump.
Thanks for trying, Steve.
Yeah. I beat you by 7 million.
And still lost.
And still I somehow
I'll do more Kegel exercises until next time. That's all.
Hey, you're a good loser.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The final score.
I'm gonna slap you. I'm just gonna come over and
No, this was golf, and you had 3 points. I had 2, and the trick is to have fewer points. It's golf, so I beat you.
Well, thank you for letting me play. It was fun.
Plug our big show Wednesday one more time.
Wednesday, 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific. Join us for a live Zoom recording of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. You'll get to see how the sausage is made. David and I will be entertaining before we bring Ralph and our guests in. The guest is Jesse Singer, who wrote a book called No Accidents. And it's a really good book. I've been reading it about how nothing is really an accident. When it's an accident is usually an excuse, and certain people pay the price for that. So,
and who are those people?
The people are on the lower income, and people of color tend to be the more victims of accidents than anybody else, and so it's kind of how you define the word and how other people can define it for you. And when they tell the story, it was an accident. No, it wasn't.
Right.
Mistakes were made. No, you made a mistake.
Hey, before you go and before we bring up Dr. Harriet Fraud, you do know that Donald Trump was on the show last week. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Let me play you a clip. This was huge. This is Donald Trump.
Huge.
This is huge. Let me play a clip from my groundbreaking interview with the great President of the United States, Donald Trump. In a second. Here we go.
I started the civil rights movement, David, giving basketball to the blacks.
Okay, I'm not really sure that's true.
I gave them basketball and rap.
You rap.
Are you familiar with Sugar Hill, David? The Sugar Hill people, the gang, the Sugar Hill gang.
Of course, Englewood, New Jersey, the Sugar Hill gang invented rap.
David, not even close, David. I invented rap. I gave the blacks basketball, and I didn't just give them rap. I invented it, David.
You invented rap.
The freestyle stuff, you know. David, Wonder Mike, Master G, Big Bank, Hank, they used to do work for my father, and they saw me sitting in the office, and there was a nephew on my mom's side who worked for us, and he was slow, David. Can you say that word now, slow?
I think you can say slow.
Well, let's just say he had a bad stutter and a stammer. He had a stutter and a stammer. You couldn't understand what the hell he was saying. His name was Lonnie. So naturally, I called him Lonnie because he had a stutter. So instead of calling him Lonnie like boring people would, I called him Lonnie. It's a nickname, David.
Okay, I don't understand what this has to do with you inventing rap.
I gave rap to the blacks, David.
Okay, you told me that. I don't understand.
I invented rap, David, and I gave it to the blacks. I'd go, Lanny, and the blacks started making records. Go back and forth, 1 by 1, 2 by 2.
I mean, scratching.
Back and forth, they would go, wicka, 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 wicka. Scratching, yes. We used to call it, he's scratching. We used to call it Lannying. Then the white man didn't like that, David. He made it his own, and he changed it to scratching. But believe me, David, it was Lannying. And it made my father smile, David. It made my father smile. My father rarely smiled. Great man, but I made him smile. I was the only one who could make my father smile by making fun of his wife's stuttering nephew, Lonnie. And that's how I invented rap, making fun of a stuttering and stammering nephew of my wife.
Of your mother, a little Freudian slip there.
Of my mother, sorry. A Freudian, yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
You know, wife, mother, daughter, all the same. Yes, I invented rap, David. I invented rap. I gave it to the blacks.
That's that is my groundbreaking interview with Donald Trump.
That's quite a get, and I like the mother daughter, mother
Yeah.
sister. It's all the same.
Yeah. Now people say that's Smigel, Robert Smigel, but that doesn't sound. You know Robert Smigel. That doesn't sound like Smigel. It sounds like Donald Trump, right?
Right.
Yeah. Why would you think it was anybody but Donald Trump? Yeah.
Thank you, Steve Scrovan. I'll see you Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you. We're running 10 minutes behind. We're going to get to everybody. Dr. Harriet Fraad joins us, host of It's Not Just in Your Head, Capitalism Hits Home. And her show is on Wednesdays at 2:30 on WBAI. And I have a block on the name. I apologize.
That's okay. It's called Interpersonal Update. And I do It's Not Just in Your Head with Liam Tate, who takes most of the responsibility now, and Ikoi Hiroi.
Right. Well, let's talk about the situation in Ukraine.
Yeah, so we could stop laughing a little.
I know. We had our president rallying the troops in Brussels. Let's watch a clip of President Biden talking forcefully.
Be a victory for Russia. For free people refused to. Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia. For free people refused to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. We will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principles, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
Is this the right man for the right time? I'm not talking about Putin. I'm talking about Biden.
Look, this is he put on a good show, but this whole thing is pathetic. If you've ever seen Wag the Dog, I would recommend it. It's a great movie. But I started thinking about how come there is such an enormous fuss about Ukraine's invasion. Russia invaded Georgia and the Crimea. The United States invaded Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. Israel invaded Lebanon and the Palestinian territories of Palestine at the time. What are we talking about? Invasions are always happening. Iraq invaded Kuwait. Nobody shows pictures of these children with torn limbs and mothers clutching their babies and people saying they'll stand and fight.
Right.
And I do think that Biden has forcefully said, stand up, fight and die to the last Ukrainian. Okay, because we're not going, okay? But I do think when I asked that, I thought, what the hell is going on? Why are they bringing up the mayhem, destruction, and horror of war for once? Not with all these other invasions. And I realized it's because this is not about Ukraine. Ukraine is a pawn in the game. What it's about is world power is shifting. Look, we have surrounded Russia with hostile NATO countries. They're all of the countries that were in the Warsaw Pact, which was then supposed to be balanced by NATO, which had no obvious reason for being, when the Soviet Union dissolved. Well, we have ringed the Soviet Union with the former Warsaw Pact nations who are now members of NATO with armed and with missiles, all of which, by the rules of NATO, they had to buy from the United States. So it's kind of a United States imperialist extra. All right. Ukraine, I think Putin, probably in consideration with the Russians, because the two of them are the majority of the population of the world, thought, okay, American imperialism is on its way down. They've lost 4 wars. They're 4% of the world's population. They have 25% of the COVID cases. They can't protect their own people. They're a failing empire. If I'm going to stop being strangled here, now's the moment. And China probably said quietly, since they are the emerging hegemonic nation, okay, we'll buy your stuff. And countries all over the world are sort of in limbo. In the United Nations, the majority of countries voted to support the United States. The majority of people didn't, because just between India, which remained neutral in this argument,
Right.
abstained, China abstained, Russia obviously didn't support it. Okay, that's the majority of people in the world.
Right.
And so what we're seeing,
Brazil.
And Brazil, right.
The BRICS, right? It was the BRICS are Brazil, Russia, India,
China.
and South Africa.
I don't know about South Africa, but I know that the majority,
Right.
38 nations abstained and 4 voted against the United States. But the majority of countries voted for. However, the majority of people voted against. The Africans didn't, stayed neutral and abstained. That what is happening is underneath this cloak of we are bringing democracy, humanity, and so on, which we really hardly have democracy here. We certainly have more than they do in China or Russia. But the idea that you have democracy in a country where Black people are killed routinely by the police, that doesn't look so democratic. And people are going mad. They're really going mad. The homicide is way up. And the poorest borough, the Bronx, has the most killings and shootings because people are driven out of their minds by utter failure of our system to protect them on every level. And so I think what's happening is this is being fought out in the Ukraine. The United States is fighting for NATO. Germany, which was the most powerful economic force in the EU, didn't want to join the US, but got bribed with the promise they could rearm themselves. Schultz, who is a socialist, supposedly, but wasn't elected by much, is much more popular with the conservatives now, who are suspicious of a socialist. And they can now join NATO and rearm and have promised to buy $100 billion worth of armaments from the United States. It's obviously benefiting here. And Germany will become not only the economic, but the military leader of Europe. So in these mega political readjustments is what we're seeing under the cloak of a propaganda barrage I've never seen. And suddenly, for the first time in all these invasions, there's what always happens in an invasion. Who's home when you bomb? Women and kids. The men are out fighting in the Ukraine, or they're hiding because they're conscripted. No male is allowed to leave Ukraine. So it's not just nobility, it's law. So they're either hiding or fighting. And we are being treated to these scenes of the barbarism of war which is always there. But this is bizarre. And what it is, I think, is the world trying to realign as the United States empire fails. And they're certainly fighting it, but they're fighting it to the last Ukrainian. Those people will die.
Right.
Because they don't want World War III. We never fight anybody with an air force. And we don't want to start fighting a nuclear partner with an ally with the most populous country in the world with enormous, military. And so we're seeing these powers fight it out, sort of the way they did in World War I, but it's being disguised as the fight for truth and goodness and democracy against barbarism. And I will agree, war is barbaric. All these attacks have been, all these invasions have been. But I think we have to look at why this one. What is going on? And I think the United States is at a time when we'd have to decide, stop being the world's cop and save our own people and save our planet, or keep these bogus fights going on with other people as pawns in this deadly game. And that's what I wanted to talk about, because I'm struck it's the first invasion that's been so covered, and war is always horrible. What do you think?
Well, I agree with you 100%. I think it's a tragedy that's befalling Ukraine.
Yes.
I think Putin is a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think we knew he was a bad guy back in 2014 when we were provoking him by encouraging the Ukrainian people to turn west and join the EU and join NATO. I think we made a promise to them that we can't keep, we're not willing to keep. It's too dangerous to keep. The reality is that we can't go to war with a nuclear power. That's why North Korea, that's why North Korea, we can't do anything about North Korea, and that's why we didn't invade Pakistan after 9/11, because they have a nuclear bomb. They were the ones who were harboring Al-Qaeda. We found Osama bin Laden in, Abbottabad? We found Osama bin Laden hanging out in Pakistan, not Afghanistan. So if we're going to blame anybody for 9/11, don't blame Afghanistan. Blaming Afghanistan is like blaming Iraq, but Pakistan has nuclear weapons, so we have to pick on somebody who had nothing to do with 9/11 and destroy them. But I can see how you get into the C-suites of our corporatized government, and they can explain to you why we have to go into Afghanistan and Iraq, even though it's oil, it's the Straits of Hormuz, it's we got to go into Ukraine because the Black Sea is whatever. And
whatever, we've got to.
You sit there and they talk you into why 2 million people have to die in order to save 50 million.
Also, the people who bombed the World Trade Center, all of them but one were from Saudi Arabia. Right. However, we installed that horrible dictator who chops people up who disagree. And we want that oil deal. And so they were absolved. And in fact, in that in the Fahrenheit 9/11 by Michael Moore, they talk about how Bush flew out some of the Saudis from the United States on special jets because they're his buddies. I mean, really, what is so striking and what I hope Americans see is the extent of the propaganda.
So what is, I don't watch CNN or MSNBC. I find it stupefying. And so it bores me. I hate, it's not that I'm a snob. I mean, it's not like, oh, I can't watch you. I just find it a complete waste of time. How much propaganda are we seeing on CNN? And
huge. We're seeing, and hearing interviews on all the stations, NPR, CNN, WNYC, whatever it is, interviews of Iranian mothers who feel patriotic but have had to protect their children.
Ukrainian,
I'm sorry. People who've been injured, the injustice of it, they should have democracy. We leveled the most advanced society in the Middle East, Iraq, where 40% of the professional jobs were held by women because the imams were destroyed there. Wonderful. And so women could thrive. And I think we're being inundated because they're disguising their mission, which is fighting for the continuation of American empire and sending billions of weapons, therefore enhancing the already bloated profits of the war machine. And the United States is first in only one area of manufacture, and that's armaments. So this deal, $100 billion to Germany and sending all of these ones over to Ukraine. And American people are saying, wait a minute, why do we have the worst record on COVID in the world? What's the matter here? Why are we spending that? Why aren't we stocking up for the next pandemic, which is sure to come, which they're not doing? Why don't we have what all of Europe does? Universal childcare, universal health care, universal elder care. What's going on here? And I think what he hopes to do, like every war monger, is to get his people passionate to save Ukraine, when most Americans can't even find it on a map.
Right.
It's like wag the dog, like, whoa, this enormous propaganda blitz, and we shouldn't be fooled. I mean, I'm against all war. I really am. It's a barbaric, horrible thing. But really, what is this? And someone should see through it. Say, what is the agenda?
So if Bernie or you were president, could you have stopped the invasion? What could we have done?
Yeah, because what he could have done is what Russia tried to get them to do to the last minute to protect those northern republics. 14,000 people have been killed by the fascist movement from Ukraine. It's not all of the movement against invasion, but there is a large fascist contingent that goes and murders people in the Russian republics, which have always spoken Russian traditionally and wanted to ally with Russia, to allow them to continue and declare that Ukraine will be neutral, like Finland. That's what they wanted. And that seems reasonable, not to have the last country with 1,500 miles on their border be armed with missiles that could get to the Russian capital in 5 minutes. I can see why they were upset and frightened. And actually, Putin, who I really hate, I mean, he did appeal, he did tell the UN that he was going to invade, that he saw no choice. And I think, I think this is a terrible travesty, and that we should let them be neutral, save those people's lives. In fact, force them to be neutral.
Right.
I think everybody should be neutral, to tell you the truth.
We do pick sides, and who we like and who we don't like sometimes informs our ideology. I want to play you a clip of Jason Miller on the horrible Steve Bannon show that he has on Sirius. Jason Miller was Donald Trump's press spokesman during the 2016 campaign, and he worked on the re-election campaign. He was in the communications office during the early years, I think, of the Trump administration. I know that he had a quit because he had an affair with somebody in the Trump campaign and had a child with her. And then he had a mistress while he was working over at CNN, and he had to quit CNN because even though he's against abortion, Jason Miller allegedly sneaked in, what are they called? An abortion face, the thing that kills a baby.
An abortifacient.
Abortifacient, not a baby, a fetus. He sneaked an abortifacient into his mistress's drink, allegedly. These are horrible, horrible people, right?
Yes.
So, you know, if I'm going to pick a side, I'm going to side with anybody but this guy, as well as Donald Trump, as well as Steve Bannon. Here's Jason Miller talking to Steve Bannon.
Every single death that we've seen in Ukraine over the past month is on Joe Biden, it is on Hunter Biden, it is on the Biden family crime syndicate.
So when you hear that coming out of this monster's mouth, you go, okay, then I'm on the side. I'm on the side of Joe Biden. How could that be true?
Yeah, but even a broken clock is right twice a day, you know?
Right. How much blood, forget the stuff about Hunter Biden, although that is another, that is a censored story that we should be talking about. We should be talking about that. It's amazing how the media.
Oh, they cooperate. So, you know, it's so interesting. It's a particular American corporation. You don't need a dictator. You just need advertisers not to advertise, because that's what they run on, the money, which becomes the tyrant, capitalist money.
Some people wrote to me, because we talked about Hunter Biden's laptop, and the New York Times had to acknowledge that there was something there, that the laptop did belong to Hunter Biden, and that they were in denial. And we had 50 intelligence chiefs from the Obama administration insisting that there was no there.
Yeah.
I trust Rudy Giuliani, but it turns out, at least according to the New York Times, that it was Hunter Biden's laptop, and these pictures and the communications from Hunter to financial suitors talking about the big guy getting 10%.
Yeah.
It's all real, right? This is not manufactured by the Russians.
Well, it doesn't sound like a conspiracy. No, it's not.
Well, the only conspiracy is of silence that we saw in the media, right?
That's right. That's right. The conspiracy of not only silence, but repression of that story. So we don't really know about it. And
it's not officially censored, as you just said.
No, never.
Fox ran with it. I think Tucker Carlson ran with it. I think some AM jocks ran with it. Nobody was officially saying you cannot discuss Hunter Biden's laptop. But the mainstream media, as you pointed out, if they want to make money, they're going to leave Hunter Biden and his laptop
alone. That's right.
Or you don't get any advertising. How much blood does Biden have on his hands because of Ukraine? What could he have done to stop this?
He could have said, look, for world peace, I will go back to the Minsk agreement that they all agreed on in 2014. Obama canceled plans for NATO to appeal to the Ukraine because he saw it was too dangerous. That was smart of him. They could say, let's reinstate the Minsk agreement between Russia, United States, and Europe, that Ukraine is neutral. That makes sense, like Finland. Cannot take a side, cannot have armaments from anyone. I also do want to remind people that in the 60s, when I think it was Khrushchev was installing armaments and missiles in Cuba, which was 90 miles from the United States. We didn't share a 1,500-mile border, but it was 90 miles away. JFK risked World War III to stop that. It was too close to us. Well, we have ringed Russia, and this was the last place. And I think it would have been easy for Biden, maybe not for the weapons manufacturers, but for Biden in terms of the American public to say we cannot risk World War III. Therefore, this is a neutral country.
Right.
That would make a lot of sense.
Dr. Harriet Fraad is a hypnotherapist, a psychotherapist who treats mental illness through the prism of our capitalist society. How do people contact you?
Well, I treat it through people's personal feelings, including the environment that they live in. So it's not just in your head, it's also where around you. hfraad@gmail.com or at my website, harrietfraad.com.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We love you. You know that Henry Huckamaki got married over the weekend.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. We're going to throw a bachelor party here.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm going to be the stripper, unfortunately.
Well, that sounds cute. Okay, I hope it's televised.
Thank you, Dr. Fraad.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. When we come back, Professor Adnan Hussein joins us. We do not have Professor Mike Steinel. We don't. He's taking Monday off, but we do have some of his music. We'll be right back with Professor Adnan Hussein.
Ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop. Back in our day, don't ever seem to stop. A man went down cause his heart gave out. Get back to work, we heard them shout. They said the EMTs are coming, that's what they're for. And life slipped away on the cement floor. I know the bookstores are all gone away. Got me some books, I'll read them someday. Right now I got to make my rate in all these extra shifts. If I can make it to Christmas Eve, the kids will have nice gifts. And the big boss will have more money so he can go up into space. But there still won't be no chairs in this Bessemer place. Young, my dreams were bold. Now every day my life's controlled. Last year we had a meeting and they made us go. They gave us all pins that said vote no. But maybe this year union can give us a little more and put some chairs on this Bessemer floor. I'm hoping the union might make things right. Some days I just don't have the strength to fight. This plant down here can take its toll. It'll break your body, it'll crush your soul. Feels like this packing ain't never gonna stop. And there still ain't no chairs in this Bessemer shop.
AmazonLaborUnion.org. Support Christian Smalls and his efforts to finally unionize an Amazon fulfillment center out on Staten Island in JFK, out by JFK Airport, the great Christian Smalls. Let's go to Professor Adnan Hussein. He is the chairman of the religion department. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're 10 minutes behind. You are the chair, just to remind you, sometimes you forget that you're chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. And you're also the host of the Mujlis podcast. Your most recent guest, I believe, was Dr. Juan Cole, and Guerrilla History with the recently betrothed Henry Huckamaki. We missed you at office hours. I understand there was soccer practice.
Soccer matches. So yes.
Soccer matches.
Yeah, but I managed to make it back from Montreal for Valley Vox Theater, which had a wonderful screening on Saturday of a fantastic political film. If you didn't join us, you should still go watch the film Z by Costa Gavras from 1969. And it's, I think, has a message. We didn't talk so much about it, but I think it has a message that's relevant in some ways to our time. We talked about some components of that, but it's also very much an anti-war film, and it really captures some of that late 1950s, 1960s global concern about nuclear war and the effort on the left to encourage nuclear disarmament, which, as we know, was a powerful protest movement up through the 1980s. And
right.
Unfortunately, we're witnessing an era where there's a real rollback of some of the gains of that period of organizing and of movement. You know, Trump canceled the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, and of course this followed George Bush's, cancellation of pulling out of the ABM treaty. So, when we're talking today about, the situation of Russia, Ukraine, and of the US and NATO's posture, placing us in potential conflict if we have a no-fly zone and this sort of thing with a nuclear power, we're actually a lot closer to those situations because we've canceled and pulled out of a lot of treaties and some of the mechanisms that would have been in place to, through diplomatic means, bring down the collective animosity and temperature have been undermined over the last few years of U.S. policy.
Yeah, we were talking about this, that we all assume mutual assured destruction is the currency, that we won't attack you because you can attack us, so we better just learn to get along. As you mentioned, we pulled out of these anti-ballistic missile treaties, and because of the Star Wars Defense Initiative, this fantasy that we could shoot missiles out of the sky, when in fact, not only we cannot shoot ICBMs out of the sky, the failure rate for these tests is just abysmal. The Patriot missile that we plant in Poland, that we gave to the Israelis during the first Iraq war, they don't work. Nobody's willing to admit that they don't work, but they do. These Patriot missiles do not work. All they do is antagonize Russia, or if we plant them as we pivot to the Pacific, they antagonize the Chinese. The suggestion that we could ever shoot a nuclear tipped missile out of the sky is and always has been a fantasy up there with the Maginot Line. It can't happen. And so we just have to get along with Putin. He's a bad guy, but he's got nuclear weapons.
Yeah, it's unfortunate how this works in the world. good things don't always happen to good people, and bad things don't always happen to bad people. It's we can't. I think it's somewhat silly and cartoonish to just look at it. I think morality and ethics have a huge role to play in how we should look at the world and what we should aspire to. But I think it's also silly to characterize a complex geopolitical circumstance entirely through some kind of good guy, bad guy moral paradigm. And unfortunately, I think too much of that is guiding at least public discourse. I hope that there are more realistic calculations and tempered, nuanced perspectives at the higher levels. But then again, you have the President of the United States making somewhat rash remarks. I'm sure it's already been commented on today. Rash remarks in his speech in Poland, loosely saying in a vernacular way, that Putin's got to go. He cannot.
I have a clip. Let's.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
I've been wanting you to do your clips, and then we could comment on them.
Yeah. So let me play. This is our president. Well, it would be not. Hang on. Okay, here we go. This is our president.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia, for free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. We will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principle, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
So that today he took it back. He said that it was personal. It wasn't policy. That he stood by his comment that Putin should be removed, but he was only expressing the moral outrage that I felt. He wasn't speaking for the United States. Well, F your moral outrage, Joe.
Yeah, that's what we need a president for, is moral outrage, but not to actually speak for the United States government.
Right.
That's let the permanent security establishment do that. We just have a figurehead who's supposed to, channel our feelings and our, moral, ideas, but not actually be responsible for policy. I mean, this is kind of a silly point. I mean, what it exposes is that, maybe he was speaking off the cuff. Perhaps there have been discussions, and in the context of talking about the horrible, condition of Ukrainian refugees and people who are dying, that you might, react and respond to that. I mean, I can understand that. That's a very, human thing. But it does certainly confirm suspicions that Putin has had, I think, that the U.S. policy is one of regime change, because they've observed it, over the last couple of decades as an aspiration, and not just an aspiration, but an, actions by the U.S. government. Whether it is a question of direct military invasion or these color revolutions, that has been an active policy of U.S. government to promote regime changes around the world. So
that we're never happy with when either we bring in, if we bring in somebody, they're just as bad. They create bigger problems, i.e. Saddam Hussein.
Well, yeah, it's not only is it often not successful in actually achieving regime change. I mean, there are a lot of failed attempts, that we don't hear a whole lot about, but, these things don't always work. But even when they work, decapitating the state, trying to remake it in, an image of a neoliberal, rules-based international order, and try and promote liberal democracy by these extraordinary and external means, it doesn't work. It creates chaos. There was this, grand ideological idea that you could remake Iraq's society. And instead what they unleashed was pure chaos when you destroyed the institutions of the state. So it's not even a question that sometimes people think, oh, you can't get rid of the strong man at the top of this military dictatorship because then there'll be chaos. It's also that there was an active idea of trying to destroy the Iraqi state. And, it led to, misery, utter misery. And that, of course, was also the case in Syria, promoting the civil war, Libya, absolute disaster. And so, these regime change attempts are not only wrong, and they violate the sovereignty of other peoples, but they create disaster and destruction. And, maybe that doesn't matter so much. Maybe the U.S. doesn't really care about the consequences because they're doing these for other reasons. And this is what I fear sometimes about the Ukraine situation, is that we have a U.S. Administration that seems perfectly willing to encourage resistance, to perhaps undermine, and maybe there was something to Biden's remarks. Perhaps the policy is to try and undermine a quick diplomatic solution, but to keep this going, to bleed Russia, to have a chance to really enforce, and try out a real draconian regime of sanctions, with the world. Yeah, having the world support behind it. It's like, well, we could reshape this and, really put in place some sanctions in a new way, make them stricter, recover, the argument for the need for NATO. There are a lot of potential geopolitical benefits for some people's calculations out of this. And, if it means that the Ukrainian people have to go through an awful war that's extended beyond what, could be resolved by diplomatic means, maybe they're not so worried about that.
To try out, it's a laboratory of neoliberal rule that the neoliberal world order is threatened, and these economic sanctions, I think, are a way for Davos to reclaim its status, and we can celebrate if we ignore all the dead people. They're trying out these economic sanctions to prove that we don't have to commit troops. All we have to do is shut down Russia's economy, and there'll be forever peace now. No one will ever try to go to war or invade another country because the world will just close them off. And they're saying, let's see if that works. And if it works, they will sell it as a triumph for the neoliberal world order.
That's right. Except, what's funny is this is an experiment that's been run many times, and it hasn't really worked. I mean, there's a study that I saw that suggested that sanctions and the threat of sanctions have only ever worked 1/3 of the time, and usually in minor conflicts, and usually when you're dealing with a small power that is confronting sanctions from the global community. And there's actually this is a very interesting topic to me, this whole kind of use of the economic weapon. Often as an apparently easy, since it doesn't involve, deploying troops, as an easy alternative to war. And it actually has a long history. There's a new book out just here in 2022 called The Economic Weapon: The Rise of Sanctions as a Tool of Modern War, by historian Nicholas Mulder, and it studies basically the period of the interwar, including World War I through to World War II, as when the modern sanctions regime was really invented and developed. And one of the conclusions, it seems, of the book, I haven't finished reading it, but one of the conclusions seems to be that sanctions that were seen as an alternative to war and as a more humane mechanism actually, have proven to be extremely severe. They are just another adjunct to modern warfare, and that what they've done is blur the boundaries between peace and war, and made the environment one of continuous and constant war. It may not be through military means, but at least through the devastating consequences that the sanctions as a mechanism of war can be deployed, all the time, basically.
Right. It's kind of like the opium wars, where you get people addicted instead to debt or American goods or the neoliberal money, and then threaten to cut them off. And they, in the privacy of the Situation Room, is this what they're thinking? That they don't see this as a bad thing, economic sanctions for the Russian people? They think if you starve the Russian people somehow, they'll have the energy to rise up and overthrow Vladimir Putin, even though they have no food and medicine.
Well, that might be the theory, and I think that's how they've been deployed. The period of maximum pressure on Iran by the Trump government after withdrawing from the Iran nuclear deal, was articulated explicitly in those terms as like, we'll make it so bad that people will get rid of their government, the Islamic Republic. That doesn't seem to happen, but it does punish the people for the policies and crimes of their rulers. And, that's one sure way, it seems, to stimulate nationalist response and a sense of collective support for these regimes. It hasn't worked in Cuba. It hasn't worked in Iran. It hasn't worked in Russia in the past. I mean, Russia was already the second most sanctioned country, even before the Russian invasion.
It didn't work in Iraq.
And it didn't work in Iraq either, which is why we ended up having the, Iraq War and Iraq War invasion in 2003. So that's often the rationale but it's a very cruel and brutal, punishing. It's collective punishment, essentially. And that is actually a war crime, So the sanctions regime puts in place and implements a principle that the Geneva Conventions declared a war crime, which is collective punishment. Because what did the Nazis do? Oh, there was one partisan or one resistance figure in a village, and they would just wipe out the village and torture people as a whole because they had among them somebody who was resisting Nazi rule. So that was explicitly declared a war crime after the war. And the logic of the sanctions is essentially to punish people for the decisions of their rulers. Now, Iraq and Syria and Libya, when they were under, and even if we're saying that Russia is authoritarian, it's not a real democracy and all of this, although, to be honest, of course, Putin is an elected leader. But if we have complaints about it not being a real democracy, why would you hold the people responsible for their government and the decisions of their leaders when you claim that they don't have a proper say in the governing of their affairs? And that certainly is the case in these military dictatorships in the Arab Middle East. And yet, we're comfortable with punishing the people for that, but we're always avoiding responsibility ourselves. We voted George Bush in again. After the Iraq War had already turned into a disaster, I thought for sure Kerry would win. There was no way, after spending all these billions, not achieving goals, creating a mess of Iraq, that an unpopular war would bring down George Bush. And, but we don't want people to blame us Americans for the decisions of our government when we're supposedly a democracy and we had a chance to vote out George Bush at that time. But we'll hold, other people accountable for the dictators that rule them.
So what do you think it's going to take for America to put boots on the ground in Ukraine. Biden let it slip to the soldiers, the NATO soldiers, that they will see the Ukrainian people left behind, and then he walked that back. He doesn't have any plans of sending troops in to defend Ukraine, right? I mean, I'm going to assume we have special ops fighting in Ukraine, but there's not going to be a level of destruction like we saw in Syria, where it just becomes so unacceptable that the American people will demand that we go in. I mean, we are being fed.
Yeah, we're being fed an awful lot of negative views of Putin as the boogeyman, as a Hitler, as a real danger to the world order. But, it's far away. I mean, I know I've seen lots of Ukraine flags out and people want to express solidarity, and, why not? I mean, these are people who are suffering, and we're against wars, and that's why we want a diplomatic solution. But I can't see countries like the UK. I mean, there are volunteers who are going. That's going to be its own dangerous situation, as these soldiers of fortune and mercenary type figures in the far right world who see this as a rallying cause and an opportunity to gain genuine military experience and training. That could be very dangerous. But in terms of official military involvement, I think it would be very unpopular. So I'm hoping
he attacks Moldova or Hungary or Poland.
Then there will be a kind of collective NATO response. Then there will be, I think, a collective NATO response. I think this is a different situation. I mean, we saw that Russians, had a military intervention in Georgia. That was in 2008 to, deal with, again, a kind of similar situation of westernization and a change in regime, the color revolution, that happened, putting in place a very pro-Western government right on their borders, and they reacted in that context, and they've reacted here in the Ukraine. I think, again, very unwisely and, of course, criminally to start a war. This is terrible. But I don't think that there's a lot of evidence at this point that Putin is some sort of insane figure. This, to me, is a big miscalculation on his part, but I don't see him as somebody with those kinds of aggressive ambitions. And certainly the reaction of the world and the economic sanctions, I think, I don't think it's realistic that this is a part of a march to roll back, the end of the Warsaw Pact, to reestablish something like the Warsaw Pact. I don't think that's realistic. And also, I think, one of the things that's happened is that it's led Germany to start spending $120 billion on military, in military spending, and essentially we're seeing the rearming of Germany. Now that could be quite, dangerous.
Memories.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real concern. I mean, I think that's partly the reason why, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, there was a concern about the extension of NATO further, and this was the price for, this was the bargain for allowing a united Germany, right? That's really what was happening, is that we'll give up on a socialist East Germany, the DDR, so that Germany can be united, but it essentially, can't be the launching pad for extending, NATO into the East. That was the sort of security bargain and guarantee. But now, if you have the rearming of Germany, that is really, I think, going to be interesting to see. And it's going to be interesting to see whether the European Union, under the auspices of Germany as the major, hegemonic regional power in the European Union, starts spending militarily and tries to develop its own foreign policy, its own military and security policy. Angela Merkel, it seemed, was willing to deal with Russia. Now, the calculus is different. It seems that, NATO has been reinforced, but if Germany does spend all of this on, its own military, is it going to try and develop its own kind of foreign policy position? That's going to be, I think, something interesting to watch.
Putin, we're told, is not doing well in in Ukraine or Russia. What's his end game here? It feels like Zelensky has signaled that Ukraine will remain neutral, will not join NATO. He's expressed a willingness for some kind of federation with the Donbass region. I don't know what the story is with Crimea. If Putin pulls out, and that's the settlement, what was the war? Why was it necessary? Why couldn't we have stopped Putin from invading by agreeing to that before he went in?
Well, indeed. I mean, if that turns out to be, all he tries to get out of the bargain, what's the end game? This is the real key question, and we have to be thinking towards that. I read an interesting, article in The Guardian that also posed, what's the West's end game? What do we want out of it? And this is my concern, is that I worry that if regime change is a stated aspiration, and even if you just reinforce Russian, kind of fears about that, they're going to be much less willing to, negotiate with the U.S. It's going to make it harder. It's going to possibly prolong the war, and that just makes the cost of a solution that much higher because Russia has to get more out of it. I think it might be possible. It's essentially what you're describing is a return to that Minsk agreement, right? I mean, that's essentially what the Minsk agreement was. If Ukraine's government actually implements and enforces that, maybe there might be a solution. I'm hopeful. The negotiations are supposed to be starting up again in Istanbul on Tuesday. If that's Zelensky's position, maybe they might agree, and we could see an end to this. And I would hope that the United States would support that, and not, try and, make a diplomatic solution harder by insisting or encouraging Ukraine to insist on, say, the return of Crimea or other maximalist kinds of goals.
Putin got bad intel. Did he think that the Russians would be welcomed as liberators? Is it possible that he was foolish enough to believe?
Did Ahmed Chalabi find his way over to Putin's camp and tell them that, oh, look, we'll be welcomed with roses and sweets, right? Yeah, it sounds an awful lot like the U.S.
Did he think that Russia could go in and you can't occupy somebody else's country? Did he actually think that Ukraine, I guess he does think that Ukraine is not a separate country, right?
Perhaps there's some element of that he, that he thinks that this orientation towards the West is of recent vintage and is culturally thin, doesn't have the deep roots that, this long history that he's been fond of talking about in these recent speeches that he gave about Kievan Rus in the 9th and 10th centuries. He may have felt that. He may have also, felt that his goals, were achievable, which might be, quick invasion, a couple of days, the Kiev government, goes into exile and he's able to replace it with a more palatable option. Perhaps he thought that would happen. Perhaps he thought, the goal here is not to take over Ukraine as a whole, but those areas where there are majority Russian speakers, the areas of the Donbass, and of course also the land bridge for Crimea, since there was really, very thin connection to Russia, just And what you see when you look at those maps that show where Russian forces are, what they've done principally is enlarge Crimea. I mean, they were in Crimea. There was a military base, naval base there before the 2014 annexation of it. But there are even more, of course, subsequent to that. And so they seem to have pushed and enlarged that area, along the coastline in order to make a firmer kind of contiguous connection, with Russia. Those might be the territorial kinds of goals that he has, and he doesn't have in mind, perhaps, a larger scale occupation, because that would truly be foolish. And I think they're discovering that, if they had ideas of a very quick, quick takeover of at least much of the country and the capital and so on, that hasn't panned out at all.
Before you go, Assad, Syria, I think it was 2015 where Putin sent in troops and became an official ally of Assad. Assad seems to have destroyed his entire country, but remained in office. What was it, 5 million Syrian refugees, something like that, close to 800,000 dead Syrians, but Assad stayed in power. And, according to Thomas Friedman, that's a tough neighborhood, and that Assad learned from his dad. You have to kill a lot of people to prevent even more people from dying. Is that Putin's endgame? Do you think it's possible that he's decided that it's better to turn Ukraine into Carthage, into Syria, than give up?
It's hard to say. That would truly be, horrific. But clearly,
I mean, that is the lesson you could take away from Syria, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if it's exactly parallel. I mean,
in terms of you just keep.
It seems like both sides don't have much regard for, what happens to to Ukraine. I mean, on the one hand, the U.S. seems willing, all these countries in the West are letting these mercenary soldiers of fortune go. They're filling it with weapons, showing signs of trying to scuttle diplomacy, not being much concerned with the possibility of this war going on for a long period of time. And likewise, we have, possibly a ruthless regime that sees its geopolitical interests in the region being of higher priority than, the civilians of this territory. And that's the tragic situation. And that's what war unleashes, which is why it is disappointing, not to see, more clear voices on the left encouraging diplomacy rather than just playing into the moral cartoon, of the good guy and the bad guy. Let's be real. This is serious, and there could be solutions perhaps on the table. We should be doing everything and encouraging everything we can to bring people to a successful peace deal that will, prove, or establish some stability and peace in this region.
And it should be against the war. You were saying earlier about these American mercenaries who think they found their Lincoln Brigade and are going off to free the Ukrainians. It should be against the law for Americans to take arms against another country when it's not under the auspices of the Pentagon. You can't freelance overseas. Nothing good comes out of that. You end up getting recruited for far more nefarious projects. I mean, that's how Kennedy got assassinated, essentially. We outsourced the war against Cuba, and I think those are the people who ended up killing Kennedy. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear where those groups are, but you're definitely fostering a kind of underworld of militarized people who don't see themselves following the dictates of a particular government and their policy. You know, they're undisciplined actors, and this is what happened with Afghanistan: is promoting the recruitment of a globalist jihad international from all these different corners of the diaspora in the West to, you know, Arab countries in the region, and training up a group of people who may have initially, you know, because all you heard about was the Russians are killing poor Afghan, you know, kids. This is a terrible invasion, and indeed it was. But that ends up leading people to become much more hardened, you know, ideologically, and it's very unpredictable and devastating consequences, as we saw. So I'm concerned about this. You know, this should definitely be a serious issue for our government.
Professor Adnan Hussein is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. He's also the host of the Majlis podcast that currently has Professor Juan Cole as a guest. And who is your most recent guest on guerrilla history?
Well, there was an interesting episode. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be a part of the conversation, but Henry and Brett were, and it was with Marlon Ettinger, who's writing a book about Gaullism and this extreme far-right character who's doing fairly well in the elections. And it's about the French elections, and it was fantastic. It's definitely worth listening to.
Right.
And also, you might listen to, since the topic came up about Islamo-Gauchism and Macron's, you know, kind of characterization of a nefarious alignment between wokeism, you know, and and Muslims essentially in France. You know, we had an episode a year ago, episode 9 of the Majlis, on precisely this topic of Islamo-Gauchism under Macron.
Looks like he's going to get reelected, though, right?
Probably, yeah, probably.
What is that? That's next month.
It is. Well, I think it's early next month, and then there'll be the second round, because they have this system where there are 20 candidates, and the top 2 then meet in a runoff election. But as Marlon Ettinger mentioned, you know, if Macron wins, it's really not going to be much difference between either him or Marine Le Pen. Their policies are essentially the same.
Who is the Jewish Nazi?
Sorry?
There's a Jewish Nazi. Which one is it? Is it who's running? He's a right-wing ultranationalist Jew who's
yes. I mean, that's the figure who Marlon Ettinger's book is about, because he really sees himself as a Gaullist, and his name is just escaping me. Sorry.
He's an older broadcaster, and
that's right. He was a journal. He had like a column, and he also had a sort of show. And he's probably like from a Moroccan, you know, Jewish family. And his basic position is, hey, I've assimilated. Everybody has to assimilate to you know, French identity. We can't have any of these, you know, people wearing hijabs and, you know, having a different. We can't have this separatism. Is how they're characterizing it.
We have Google. It's called Ann Lee, Professor Ann Lee. What's the name?
What? No, I don't know the name.
Oh my God! The internet is Professor Ann
like
Lee.
Zemmour or something.
Yeah.
But I can't remember his first name. Yeah.
Just put me on the spot.
You know everything.
Yeah, right.
Professor Adnan Hussein, back me up. Does Professor Ann Lee know everything? Rarely does she not know.
It's googly, I think. You know,
yeah.
She is definitely a repository of all knowledge. I mean, I knew something special in the chat. Every reference to history that I would put as an inside little joke to myself, she would get. So I was like, okay. This is somebody who knows everything I know and then a whole lot more. So,
right.
Yeah.
So some people have Google, some people have DuckDuckGo. We have Professor Ann Lee. Professor Adnan Hussein, how do people follow you on Twitter?
Well, they can follow me at Adnan A. Hussein.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's what a treat. Well, let us now go to Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. But as always, plug rahima.org for us, please. If you enjoyed today's conversation with Professor Adnan Hussein, the best way to say thank you is to go to rahima.org. What is rahima.org?
That is the nonprofit started by Adnan Hussein's mom and supported by the entire family. It's based in Silicon Valley and supports migrants and refugees, new arrivals to this part of the world. And David, I'm a fortunate guy. I just got my tax return back from the CPA, and I'm getting a nice refund. Don't know exactly when the IRS will cough it up, but I'm going to peel off a Benjamin and donate it to rahima.org. And I invite people to do the same at the level that is comfortable for you. Yes. Because we have a situation, and let me cite Ai Weiwei. He is the Chinese-born activist, filmmaker, painter, just a remarkable man. And he released a documentary almost 3 years ago now about the displacement of populations all across the world. And before the millions had been displaced internally and forced to leave Ukraine, we had some 65 million people who are living somewhere that is not their home. Some of them in refugee camps in Jordan. Palestinians have been there for decades. Some more recently displaced from Libya, from Syria, from Iraq and Afghanistan, to name a few countries that we have responsibility for. Okay. And it's been well shown, I think, if you watch TV, you can see that those who have left in a hurry from Ukraine have been warmly welcomed in Poland and Hungary, nations that neighbor Russia and that have authoritarian governments. These governments rejected refugees when they were brown and Muslim, and when they were streaming in via Greece to the southern European continent and then moving north. And the white Europeans being displaced from Ukraine are getting a much different reception. And I'm happy for the Ukrainians. I don't want to in any way suggest that they should be further punished. But this means that, for example, those who were airlifted out of Kabul, Afghanistan, during the months of July and August this year, are now not the freshly victimized refugees of the world. And we're already seeing that they're being kind of pushed back from top of mind. And in Britain, there are issues that have been reported. We have people who left Afghanistan, but who have not yet been brought to the United States. They're being held at military bases in the Emirates and elsewhere. And so my point is that if you would like to do something to help refugees, think of those who are not top of mind right now and getting wall-to-wall coverage on CNN and other American networks. So rahima.org is poised to help people like that. And I would just like to suggest that people make a contribution, again, to the extent that you can, and recognize that we have to do that because our government, even there are some well-intentioned Democrats who are trying to provide the resources, but we know that in short order, these people will be forgotten and just left to their own devices.
Well said. Well said. We are told we're sold two competing thoughts at the same time. We're the wealthiest country in the history of civilization, but we can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty amazing. Let me play you a clip of the president of Poland. You were touching on this, but I guess I'm going to, everybody was celebrating this man.
Poles who are receiving guests, because this is the name we want to apply to them. We do not call them refugees. They're our guests, our brothers, our neighbors from Ukraine, who today are in a very difficult situation where 12 million people have fled their houses by the war, by the Russian attacks. More than 3.5 million have already fled abroad. They cross different borders, but first and foremost, they have crossed the border with Poland. Today, we have got 2.5 million people in Poland, and the number is growing all the time.
So that is the president of Poland, President Duda, all the live long day. I think it's shortened it to Duda. And everybody who saw that clip said, aren't the Poles fantastic? These are not refugees. These are our neighbors. These are our friends.
Guests.
Our guests.
Mm-hmm.
Our guests.
Yeah.
But you're saying they weren't so keen on the people of color from Syria.
Well, Hungary was more hardline about it. And I do want to point out that Belarus was recruiting Muslim and Middle Eastern refugees to come, be given a visa to migrate into Poland and to Ukraine. And so not all of this is as it appears. There have been some manipulation of the refugee populations that have produced political backlash. But Hungary, under Viktor Orban, is the clearest example, where they built new fencing. They deployed stormtroopers to block the path of refugees moving northward. And they were the most aggressive and nasty about rejecting the refugee populations of the last few years.
We have, 200,000, 250,000 migrants along the southern border. We're not taking them in. We're putting the Haitians on planes back to Haiti. I think we've taken in 7 Ukrainians, and 5 of them, last time I checked, were in private ICE detention centers.
Yes. And they get, I'm how do you put this? Because this is also dark, but I'm happy that Ukrainians who have presented themselves at the US-Mexican border have been able to get the attention of advocates who intervened on their behalf. But think of the tens of thousands who escaped from Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, made that lengthy trip, rode the beast through central Mexico, have walked hundreds, if not over 1,000 miles. And we tell them, well, we've got this policy, we blame COVID for it, but you remain in Mexico and we'll think about your asylum request. And Biden has given lip service to both the endemic problems in Central America that prompt migration and to the hardships that the Trump administration imposed on people presenting at the border. But the news media has moved on, except for some right-wing networks, which inconveniently point out that we have been deporting people. As you point out, we've sent Haitians back to Haiti, despite the clear crisis there that makes it an unlivable place. And we deny the guarantee of asylum that is present in our Constitution and act as if it is something that we can handle on an optional basis. And so, yeah, we're as hypocritical as Orban.
Yeah. I'm showing a picture in our Zoom room of migrants from Haiti down in Texas getting whipped by Border Patrol on horseback.
Mm-hmm.
And I was assured by Jen Psaki, that's not who we are. Keep hearing that's not who we are. That's who we are. We send the Haitians back, and then Biden says we're going to, and we should take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. We should, but we should also be taking in the refugees from the countries you just mentioned. And
let me focus for a second on Honduras, because there was a US-led regime change operation there in 2009. It was directed by one Hillary Clinton. And she basically, had the sitting president who'd been elected escorted out of the country in his pajamas and waited for, I don't know, there was some period of time before Honduran law allowed the office to be declared vacant. And then we installed this drug runner and his brother, Zelaya, as the leader of Honduras. So we have, and Guatemala not only has an unstable government, but they have been ravaged by a combination of drought and hurricane-driven flooding and other devastation to the landscape. And, I believe we have an obligation to help our neighbors the same way that Poland is helping its neighbor Ukraine right now. But these kinds of analysis are not offered in our corporate media. And I'll repeat what I said 3 weeks ago. I have recalibrated some of my views to catch up with developments in the real world. But when we look at American media, we are still being fed a lot of emotional human interest stories. And there are many victims of this war. My heart goes out to them, but it's being used to manipulate public opinion. And we've got Jake Tapper, who would have added those extra 9 words to Biden's speech if he had had the opportunity. Tapper is the midday anchor on CNN, and he does one of the Sunday morning political gas bag shows. And he has been over the top in advocating for a no-fly zone, even as he interviews the approved generals who sit on a corporate board of a defense contractor and have, close ties to the Pentagon, who are saying, Jake, a no-fly zone is not indicated here. It would be very difficult to maintain. It would put the US in direct confrontation with Russian air assets. It would expand the war and bring us the thing that Joe Biden has gaffed about, which is World War III. So on the one hand, Biden at times is showing a steady hand. He has managed to give new relevance to NATO. He has managed to kind of reshape some of the differences between NATO members. You see, Macron is still reaching out independently, and so is Scholz, the new German chancellor, to Putin. But they are not freelancing the way they were before the invasion. So Biden has had the right instincts and his hawkish team of advisors to try to rally NATO without actually committing NATO forces to a war unless a NATO country is attacked. But then Biden has brought in the red line, and consider what happened to Obama with his red line in Syria. chemical agents or weapons that we consider to be poison gas. That's a red line. And if you cross it, I'm going to get really red in the face. Well, last week, Russia crossed that red line the same way that we did in Iraq, twice in Fallujah. They deployed shake and bake. That's the soldier's term for white phosphorus. White phosphorus can be used in a fairly benign way to light up the sky so that you can see where your enemy is lurking. But when it is used at lower altitudes, it is a devastating chemical weapon. And so here is Putin trying to test, okay, Joe Biden, what's the trigger on your so-called red line? I have taken another page from the American military playbook and used white phosphorus. What are you going to do about it? What are all of those people with chestfuls of medals, the NATO generals and the American generals? What are they going to do about it? And the loose lips that he has exhibited, going back to before the invasion, when he talked about, well, you know, if it's a limited incursion, we might just take it, you know, like a man. Then there was the dust up over the Polish plains, where it seemed like Biden had green-lighted Poland to send MiGs directly to Ukraine. And then Poland said, well, we're going to drop them off at an American air base in Germany. You deliver them.
Right.
And that led Biden to say, oh, no, well, we're not going to do that. And so then there is the loose talk about war crimes and about describing Putin as a war criminal. Well, on the face of it, that is accurate. We have seen clear war crimes. We also have some events that need deeper investigation because they may have been caused directly or indirectly by some of the Nazis in the Azov Brigade and other units of the Ukrainian military. And in war, a lot of bad shit happens, and I'm willing to accept that for the short term, but we do need long-term and honest investigation of what the Ukrainians have done. Putting that aside, we have the issue that our intelligence, which was off about Afghanistan, right? All of our experts said that after we left at the end of August, that the Kabul government was solid for at least 6 months. And by that time, we'd be gone. But we now know that while some of the intelligence about Ukraine, and particularly about Putin's intentions, did turn out to be accurate, the central failure of our intelligence to date is that we expected the Ukrainians to fold in, pick your short time frame, it was 48, 72,
right.
A week at the most. And so we see once again these sequences of errors made by our experts, the same experts who fucked it up last time. And as Adnan was pointing out in the previous segment, David, the use of sanctions is something that feels good to those who impose them. I'm denying you the luxury goods, the affordability of essentials, but it's collective punishment aimed at a population that can't control its leadership or its government. And so, the last thing I want to leave an impression of is that this is some sort of apologia for Putin. That's not the case at all. But we are being denied honest and objective reporting on America's problematic approach to this conflict. And you were asking Adnan about, where does this go? And, will US troops eventually be drawn into this war? And the risk has been heightened by Biden's sloppy commentary and his injudicious ad-libbing. And, he and Trump are incoherent in very different ways. But the last coherent guy we had was Obama. And Obama presented a lot of problems, did a lot of things that I deeply disapprove of. But if he were the guy who went to that summit in Europe and visited Poland last week, he wouldn't have made these mistakes.
Right. And I don't think Trump you could talk him into, well, I don't know. Could Trump, Trump wanted to dissolve NATO. He was in Putin's pocket, no question. But I don't think Trump had any respect for anyone in the military that he could be talked into doing something other than killing Soleimani. But what do you think would have happened had Trump been reelected? Putin would not have invaded Ukraine because Trump would now be dissolving NATO. There would be nothing for Ukraine to join. Correct?
Well, we still can't be completely clear on Putin's decision-making and his motivations.
Right.
And so if we believe that the expansion of NATO was the primary trigger for Putin's rage, you could argue a scenario where Trump would not have, he would have agreed to Putin's demands regarding NATO. And, he showed with his perfect phone call to Zelensky a few years back that he doesn't give any, two shits about Ukraine. So it's possible we might have avoided this, yes. Yeah. But he's so erratic and mercurial. I just wouldn't want to put any serious money on it. And yeah. David, the last thing I'd like to mention is I alluded to this a little earlier, this call about war crimes. And this is the moment, and this moment will pass, but still, this is the moment when America could stand up and finally sign the Convention for the International Criminal Court to say we are no longer going to vilify this court in an effort to defend the indefensible actions of the United States since 9/11. We are going to stand up and face the music, and we are going to hold ourselves accountable the same way we seek to hold Putin and his generals accountable for atrocities in Ukraine.
Right.
This could be the moment of a turning point where we actually change the posture of the United States into compliance with the international order and the rule of law that we bloviate about so frequently. And Bob Agelko, who is, he's trained in the law, he's a longtime journalist who writes about legal affairs for the San Francisco Chronicle. He wrote a great piece that was in the paper today, headlined, "U.S. has double standard on war crimes court." And it's this kind of reporting that is so rare. You don't see Don Lemon or any of the other overpaid news anchors talk about this.
They'll report that the Biden administration is thinking of bringing charges against Putin before the International Criminal Court. That has been a headline. I read it and go, really?
Yeah.
We're not signatories to the ICC. Shouldn't you also add that in your story? We're not signatories to the ICC because America fancies itself the police officer to the world, and we want qualified immunity.
And we claim that we hold ourselves to account. And that is just a huge pile of bullshit.
Yeah.
Because all the people who've been held accountable for our torture regime during the Bush administration.
Yes.
And I could go on, but the point is made.
Peter B. Collins, thank you. Peter B. Collins, Bay Area Radio Hall of Famer, and you see why. Go to peterbcollins.com for treasure trove of his radio shows, podcasts, and interviews. Thank you, sir. Always.
And David, I want to promise I won't wear this shirt again because the vertical gold stripes are really going crazy on the video screen.
Are they? I can't.
It's pretty cosmic, yeah.
Oh, good. I'm getting a flashback to my days back in San Francisco. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
My pleasure.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We will be back after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. Let us now go to Aurora, Illinois, where Professor Marianne Cummings is standing by. Besides being a particle physicist and a brilliant artist, and I do mean brilliant, although Lane is nipping at your heels there. He's coming up.
Yeah, he is.
You are also Parks Commissioner, a Parks Commissioner for Aurora, Illinois, and you have you've been talking since before our president took office about his cognitive ability. Let me play you a clip of our president speaking to NATO and then the clarifications.
But as I made clear, American forces are in Europe, not in Europe, to engage in conflict with Russian forces. American forces are here to defend NATO allies. Yesterday, I met with the troops that are serving alongside our Polish allies to bolster NATO's frontline defenses. The reason we wanted to make clear is their movement on Ukraine. Don't even think about moving on 1 single inch of NATO territory. We have sacred obligation. We have a sacred obligation under Article 5 to defend each and every inch of NATO territory.
Okay. It looks like a lot of things you said about him, I was uncomfortable hearing. Here.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia, for free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. we will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principle, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
God's sakes, Joe Biden, can he remain in power?
Well, I mean, we had, I don't even know how to describe George W. Bush. Fetal alcohol syndrome victim, but not a bright guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And he would often do these gaffes. In other words, once in a while, he would blurt out the truth. I mean,
Right.
that, which is a gaffe. And
Right.
so, you know, but I think Biden is just being hopped up by all of the, well, the people, all of the pro-war sentiment going on, and it's really kind of not good. I mean, there is like a collective psychosis that's just raging through this country and the Democratic Party. And, you know, 4 years of Russiagate, and now it's just like we've got to like it. The propaganda has been very infinite. It infantilizes the discussion about anything. I just wanted to say one thing, and I'll let you speak, but I was listening to Stephen Cohen over the weekend. I mean, he's been dead for a couple of years. He was a contributor to The Nation. He was a scholar. He was
married to Katrina Vanden.
Right. And he had written about, I mean, he'd written history about the Soviet Union, about the Bolshevik Revolution, about Russia. And he had an interview with Aaron Mate about 2 years ago that was just downright spooky. Because at that point, he was going in detail about the confrontation with Russia in Ukraine that was being pushed by members of the State Department under Trump. And he was going through a lot of contentious, I mean, like confrontations, small confrontations off the Azov Sea near Crimea. He said, you know, any one of these things could have blown up into an outright war. What are people doing? He was talking about something in conjunction with that with Trump. He said, you know, this Russiagate has been damaging on many levels, but mostly because what happens if one of those incidents do blow up into something that we've got to have a president there who can negotiate a peace, you know, prevent a wider war. And he says, and I think people in the State Department and the Democrats won't let him do it. And he has to, you know, he has to go on about how much he despises Trump, like we all have to do, which was obvious, but you have to do it before you're able to speak like an adult and say, look, this is very dangerous. This was over 2 years ago. And, you know, this is the kind of thing, when you've got a State Department that has people in it who really believe our military can be used for regime change, not just for countries in our sphere, Monroe Doctrine like, or the Middle East, but our big enemies, adversaries, China and Russia. They really think that we can destroy these countries. And as I said before, you probably could with the rest of the planet being in cinders.
Right.
So, you know.
What is Peter B. Collins was on earlier, and he said Hillary Clinton was responsible for a coup in Honduras in 2009. And I'm thinking, well, Hillary Clinton wasn't our defense secretary. She was our Secretary of State. Is that the job of a Secretary of State?
No, the job of a Secretary of State is to be talking with everybody. And our current Secretary of State, apparently, there is no contact with this is what I heard, maybe there is, but that there is no contact between the Foreign Minister of Russia and our Secretary of State. And that's concerning. But yeah, Hillary Clinton, there was a gal, Berta Cáceres, who was actually assassinated. Well, but she spoke out against Hillary when Hillary started running in 2015, because so many environmental activists had been assassinated, prominent political figures had been assassinated. People were leaving Honduras. And then she herself was assassinated. I think they brought, quote, some of the perps to justice. I have no idea if these were the people really responsible or not. But the problem was, we had created a mess in Honduras when Rachel Maddow, and I think I brought this up over a year ago because it was one of the few times I watched her show. She had Jay Johnson on, who had been the national security advisor to Obama. And Jay Johnson,
Homeland Security.
Homeland Security. That's right. Homeland Security. You're right. And 3 times he tried to, because they were talking about the refugees at the border and, Trump's behavior, which is really just ICE and the institutions that have been going on for years. But it was horrible. It's horrible now. It was horrible before Trump. It was horrible during Trump. And he 3 times tried to interject. We have to start talking about Honduras and our policy down there. And 3 times, Rachel Maddow cut him off. I didn't see anybody else comment on it anywhere, but I said, my God, she just, like, there must have been somebody screaming in her ear telling him, don't let him talk about Honduras. So we got a problem there. But Hillary Clinton also famously with Samantha Powers. Remember, like, she was the one that called Hillary a monster when she was working for Obama. Well, both Hillary and Samantha Powers urged Obama to back the NATO invasion of Libya. And that country is what a disaster. What just an absolute devastation of a country. So I guess
they have right now 2 or 3 governments. Samantha Powers called her a monster in the 2008 presidential campaign. Right.
But I guess she joined the Monsters Club.
Yeah. We don't have anybody advocating for peace other than our generals. Lloyd Austin. It seems that
yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because there was a couple of articles that came out last week. I had to bring them up, but there were 2. One came out in Time, I think, or Newsweek, to bring it up. But they were kind of giving a slightly different view for than I would say the complimentary view of the story we're being fed nonstop. I think the title of the article was Putin could be causing way more devastation and death. Why isn't he? And so they were claiming that there was a contractor, an unknown analyst for the Pentagon's Defense Intelligence Agency, saying that, making this leak. I think that's bullshit. I mean, he wouldn't be an unnamed person. They would know exactly who was leaking. I think this was very much an allowed leak. Right. And so, he says the heart of Kiev, and this is what he's leaking, is barely been touched. And almost all the long-range strikes have been aimed at military targets. And this is another guy, a retired Air Force officer. He says, we need to understand actual conduct. If we merely convince ourselves that Russia is bombing indiscriminately, which is the story, or that it is failing to inflict more harm because its personnel are not up to the task, or because it is technically inept, then we are not seeing the real conflict. And they go on that way. And they said, they really seem to be somebody who wants to stop and have a bargaining chip in his pocket when he goes back to what is essentially the Minsk Accords and negotiates, like basically Ukraine neutrality. But these people say that they're really frustrated with the current narrative, that it's like Russia is just being evil, it's demolishing cities, and that in summary, instead of being stalled, Russia is executing a methodical war plan to encircle cities and open up humanitarian corridors and leaving a lot of civilian infrastructure in place. However, and that's really cautious, if you have NATO coming in and making it clear to Putin that this is going to be, all win or all loss, then all of that constraint is gone. And of course, Zelensky does not want to see, I'm assuming he does not want to see his country just turned into a parking lot. It's just, just devastated with war. So the other article I wanted to bring up is actually a Reuters article. So there's these stories that, Russia has crossed that line. They're using chemical weapons. But the article from Reuters said that the monitors on the ground have yet to see any concrete evidence that there's any biological or chemical warfare has been engaged. Okay, so there's two leaks essentially from the Defense Department in 1 week that counteracts, the narrative we've been fed for a month. Yeah. No, I'm sure the narrative is extremely complicated, but it's odd that, it seems to be the generals and the Defense Department that are really trying to put the brakes on this, gung-ho war attitude. And it's kind of sad.
You were very involved in the anti-war effort in 2003.
In 2003, in 1991, I've been protesting wars and incursions, since college.
And how does this compare to 2003 in terms of the consolidation of the media getting in line and narrowcasting propaganda to get us upset about Ukraine, which we should be. But how does this compare to 2003? You weren't allowed to mention Ukraine during the Academy Awards. They sneaked it in. They had a moment of silence, but
I can't remember what year it was, but didn't Michael, I think it was in 2004 or 2005, the Academy Awards. What year did
it was 2000. I remember Steve Martin was hosting the Academy Awards. It was 2003.
It was 2003.
The war had started, and Michael Moore won for Bowling for Columbine, and he got up and said, there are a lot of fiction. This is a documentary, but there are a lot of lies. This war is a lie, and they played him.
Oh, that's right. That was Bowling for Columbine. He won.
But he's vilified for speaking the truth about the war. Yeah. I'm getting angry. I get angry because nobody apologized to Michael Moore.
Nobody, he was right. Nobody apologized to us. I was called all kinds of things, a terrorist lover. Oh, I love Saddam. Oh, why don't you go to Iraq with your hero, Saddam? And I'm going, how retarded, excuse me, I'm not supposed to even use that word. How dumb, right. just what childish garbage all that was, and yet and so it seemed though for a while that we were having some resonance. At least there was enough people on the left and out marching, and there seemed to be people joining us all over the world. Yet, it wasn't so much Bush, it was our Democratic senators, just basically ignored us. And I remember calling up Hillary Clinton's office, begging them, she's got to do this. She could be a real leader. And I'll tell you, I would have voted for Hillary with all the other garbage she has if she had done that one thing, if she had voted against that war. But I remember the instant I turned against her, because we were watching rerun of C-SPAN that day, my friend and I were watching the vote. And when she voted, to give Bush war authorization, I turned to her and said, holy crap, she really is running for president. Up to that point, I didn't think she was running for president, but she said, a million people have to die so that she can prove her war credentials.
They didn't want to get burned the same way they got burned in 90.
91.
When they gave the war authorization to Bush, a lot of Democrats were against the war authorization. Kerry was. I even think Joe Biden might have voted. I think Joe
I don't
Biden.
remember how Joe Biden voted
I
on
know
that.
Kennedy voted against it, and I'm almost certain Biden may have not voted, believe it or not. That can't be true, but for some reason I want to say he voted against the war authorization, and that war was incredibly popular, and they weren't going to get burnt again. The Democrats were not going to.
Well, that war was incredibly popular, and so was Pappy Bush, but his 90% approval rating just evaporated as the year went on. So, and even at the time, I mean, you knew about the conversation that our ambassador had with Kuwait when they were complaining about the slant drilling to our ambassador to Iraq, who were complaining about the Kuwaitis slant drilling into their oil fields. And we considered, hey, this is a matter to be settled between you two guys. And so they basically gave the green light for them to go ahead and deal with it. And then suddenly there's this war. I knew about that at the time, that, you know, the 700 babies in incubators was very quickly debunked. I mean, all that stuff was debunked. So, you know, if these Democrats had any kind of sense of leadership or moral core, they could have just, you know, flipped that very quickly. But no, they were just, you know, because they aren't those people. I had this idea back then that Democrats were somehow better than Republicans. And no, not. That's took a long time for me to really come around. But as I was saying, with all of the anti-war marches, millions of us on the streets, once we started bombing, George W.'s approval rating shot back up to 70%.
Right. Hey, this is interesting. I looked it up while you were talking. This is from PolitiFact. On January 12th, a sharply divided Congress. This is the first Gulf. A joint resolution was authorized to use United States armed forces to enforce a November 29th, 1990 UN ultimatum that Iraq withdraw troops from Kuwait. So he had the dad in the first Gulf War had UN behind the order to get out of Kuwait. It passed in the Senate 52 to 47. Only 10 Democrats joined with all the Republicans in support of the resolution, and Biden voted against the war authorization. Isn't that interesting? Different Democratic Party back then. This was pre-Clinton.
Also, there was still, I mean, lots of people were still friendly toward Saddam. I mean, you know, thank God for Oprah Winfrey showing that little clip of Donald Rumsfeld just a few years back, you know, during the Reagan administration, shaking hands. And we had given him some chemical weaponry. I think it was sarin gas or something. I can't remember what it was. But
Pappy Bush, as bad as Pappy Bush was, the UN wanted Iraq out of Kuwait. He did gin up the war. He lied about the incubators, but he lied a little less than his son did, and he knew to get out. You know.
Yeah, I mean, there were some people that that wanted to just go in, but even Dick Cheney, I think that he was Secretary of Defense at the time. Dick Cheney did not think that we should stay. You know, we should.
Right.
I think also it was on behest of our friends, the Saudis, too. The Saudis were very, very unhappy. And wasn't that, I think that's when we put a base, a military base in Saudi Arabia at that point.
Right. That's what pissed off bin Laden.
Yeah, right. So that's kind of.
And they weren't allowed.
None of our interference overseas have really led to any good aims, except for a few very rich military contractors.
Right. How do you? I'm sorry.
Who appear to own, both parties.
Right. What do you think happens? Do you think Putin pulls out? What do you How do you see this?
I don't know. I think that I heard, God, who is the the minister of finance for Greece? He's no longer the minister of finance. Forakis, I think is his last name. I was listening to him, and he was quoting Lao Tzu, Art of War.
Great.
He said, and he said something about to avoid if there's going to be a war where massive harm was going to be inflicted on you and your enemies, give your enemies a golden bridge to retreat, or something like that. I don't think that anybody in the State Department is listening, although there might be a few people in the Defense Department. But I think Zelensky is, he's in a bind because, he's allowed, there are nasty right-wing neo-Nazi forces in his country whose representatives in the parliament openly threaten him without any fear of reprisal. The head of the Azov, it's not called the battalion, it's the regiment, openly threatens him. So, he's got a problem. He's, and many people, I think a lot of politicians there are kind of hesitate to go against what these guys want, but they're going to have to get back to the Minsk Accords. What he was doing late in November that was being described by the Kiev Post, there seemed to be very explicit, detailed protocols in place to start, implementing the Minsk Accords and to, have both sides of that civil war, which is still going on, back down. And I think if there is a way that they can see it as a big drawback, because they're not going to talk about all the troops. Many people talked about all the troops that were, that Russia was having on the border of Donbass there, but there wasn't much talk of all the troops that had been moved at the end of last year in Ukraine to the other side of that border. So if it could be made to look like the Russians are retreating, even though the Ukrainians are also retreating, but you emphasize the Russians retreating, but you basically pretty much go by the original Minsk Accords, then I think there's a way out. I think, you can they can spin a story that NATO stood strong and threatened and Russia retreated or something like that. I mean, skilled diplomats could come up with a narrative that can bolster, but then you give Russia something, which is basically the kind of control or access it had to Odessa, to Crimea for over 23 years after the fall of the Soviet Union. I mean, 23 years, there was a quasi-stable kind of situation where Russia felt that its security interests were concerned. Yanukovych, remember, had signed a deal, I think in 2010, which is partly why a lot of right-wingers got right-wingers upset in Ukraine, but until 2045, for access to the military bases in Crimea. And there was this kind of joint, I don't understand the details, but basically it was kind of a joint administrative run Russia, Ukraine sort of situation in Crimea. I think you get back to that. They probably get Mariupol. That's a whole other situation. And I encourage people to, there are some articles in the Greek City Times, because they've actually been interviewing Greek refugees. I think there's about 120,000 people of Greek origin were living in Mariupol, a city of about 500,000. So almost a quarter of the population. And they give a different view of the Azov regimen that's there than what you're hearing in Western press. They don't like the shelling, they hate the war. They had voted for independence, by the way, early in right after the coup, but that, they were on the other side of that line in Donbass. So, anyway, it's a complicated situation. I think if the Russians take out the Azov regimen, from the reports I heard, they're using the citizens as human shields. I know there were reports over 3 or 4 weeks ago that the Russians had set up a humanitarian corridor. The regimen was not allowing citizens to leave. But those are the stories coming out, from the Greek side. Again, there's hardly any reporters, and there's one American reporter there, this Patrick Lancaster, who is on Facebook and YouTube right now. And he's been there because he, as I said before, I'd been following him a few months ago. I found him. He is an American married to a Ukrainian who's living in who was living in the Donetsk province. He'd been living in Donbass area, and he'd been reporting from the war for several years. So anyway, but this is the fog of war. It's like everybody's scrambling to get control of the narrative, and unfortunately, 4 or 5 years of this almost Trump derangement syndrome on the part of Democrats, and this hopped up Julian is they want to kill a journalist over this too. That's just incredible. This has done so much damage to the political conversation in this country. I don't know.
Joe Biden has proposed a new budget. He wants to spend $5.8 trillion. This is today. He wants to spend $5.8 trillion in our next budget. He wants to give a 10% increase to our military, citing threats from Russia and China. And he also wants to tax millionaires who are worth more than $100 million. And he wants to tax their liquid assets. In other words, from what I've been reading, he wants to tax their stock holdings, which never get taxed until you sell them. He wants to start taxing stocks before they're sold. This will never get passed. What will get passed, the millionaire tax won't get passed, but they will give the Pentagon a 10% raise. That they will do.
Yeah, and what else is
And the
happening?
money will not go to our troops. It will not go to our troops. It will not go to the VA.
Nope.
Not go to the families of our troops. It will go to the arms merchants.
Yeah, Raytheon will be doing great. And what else is happening? People who are uninsured will have to start paying $125 for their COVID test now.
Yeah.
We are we gutted they pulled $13.5 billion for out of the budget for continued testing, for continued community clinics and vaccination, and because I guess it's over.
Right.
It's
I'm looking at the budget. Biden wants to spend $6.9 billion to give to NATO, and he wants additional billions. We're already spending billions. We've spent trillions on anti-ballistic missiles, which do not work, including the Patriot missile. There's no evidence that the Patriot missile knocks these incoming missiles out of the sky, but that doesn't mean Raytheon won't get their cut. The president is requesting we spend billions to detect and intercept missiles from countries like North Korea or Iran. They're still selling this idea that Raytheon can knock missiles out of the sky. The Patriot missile doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Well,
but that doesn't stop us from spending
that would
billions.
if it did effectively, if it was really effective, there would go mutual assured destruction, and there would go any restraint. If we really started, if this war in Ukraine flared up to something much bigger than it is. And again, thank God for the 2 articles last week in Newsweek and Reuters. The Pentagon is leaking stories. These are not people that are staying anonymous because they don't want the Pentagon to find out. These are absolutely sanctioned leaks, because it's just it's so countering the narrative that we've been hearing. And, you know, in the meantime, global warming, some shelf collapsed in Antarctica this past week. I haven't even wanted to read about it because it's so depressing and I'm so helpless to do anything about it. But, you know, this, you know, we
How
ain't
about this?
solving.
How about this?
Yeah.
In order to reduce gun violence in America, President Biden's new budget requests $30 billion for police departments to reduce gun violence.
That's going to help. I mean, all I still remember is the day after the Black Lives Matter rally going on 2 years ago in Aurora, like 11 of these armored vehicles were rolling down Route 25, which is like the east side main street of Aurora. And I'm going, no knock warrant on Marianne's house. What the hell are these things? I mean, I even confronted the mayor. What are these things are supposed to do? You know, what are you doing with these? And I know I look, because I do budgets now, and it's like every one of these things, I said, I bet that's a minimum $60,000 to $100,000 yearly maintenance, you know, expense on every one of these suckers.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is, you know, and the worst thing about it is, where the hell are the progressives? Where are the anti-war? Where are the voices for diplomacy? Where are anybody that has any kind of, you know, memory going back at least a few years? You know, where are they? There's a couple people running. One of them is Jason Call. I think you had him on the show, but he should be on your show. He's running, I think, in with Washington 2nd District for Congress. But he's been very adamant about this. And I guess they're just scared. And they just, oh, we got to survive so that we can have that next Medicare vote for all vote. There's no leadership. It's really, you know.
ICE is getting a bump. They're going to spend over $9 billion to fund ICE.
Well, we got to round up more like Haitians and Hondurans if we want to take in those Ukrainian refugees.
Right. That's how he's reforming ICE, by giving them more money instead of abolishing ICE.
You know, this is just massive wealth transfer with the thinnest veneer of concern for national security or, you know, anything else. I mean, this is, I don't know what it's going to take, you know, for revolution, real political revolution, but maybe it's the Democrats getting their asses handed to them. I mean, Biden's approval rating is at an all-time low in the NBC poll.
Yeah.
This, you know, warmongering does not seem to be resonating much for Biden. And why should it? I mean, it's all kind of, I doubt anybody in my neighborhood cares about what's going on in Ukraine right now, especially that, you know, we've got people are having a homeless problem. The homeless problem is increasing around Aurora. I mean, there were plans. I don't know why they're not being implemented. There's plenty of empty buildings, empty old, you know, motels and hotels around here. And it's, you know, so I've just been trying to like rattle some cages. But, you know, that's why I support people like my friend Rachel Ventura. By the way, that was a great conversation.
It was great. Thank you for.
He's sharp, isn't he? She's on her game.
Yes.
And this is the kind.
And she knows how to train a wolf. Here, I'm going to show you the clip one more time of Will Smith and Chris Rock, and I want to show it because I have a question. Wow. So again, it doesn't seem real.
No.
It doesn't look real.
Hey, look, I had no idea this was going on. I was at the restaurant late having dinner, and I was looking up, and Will Smith was giving an acceptance speech, and I kept looking up at him going, that's a really long acceptance speech. They usually allow him to go on for about 3 minutes. What's going on? I hope he's not talking about Ukraine, you know? It's like,
Right.
and then I got home, and then I, of course, you know, like the Twitter feed and the Facebook feed is filled with all this crap.
Assuming,
I was-
assuming that punch was real, because they
Mhm.
say it was real. I mean, one more time, and then I have a question to ask you.
But as I made clear, America forced.
Wrong belligerent. Hang on.
Donna de chocolate. Donna de chocolate. Donna de chocolate.
I mean, Chris Rock can take a punch. If that's real, Chris Rock is pretty.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're punched in the mouth, I mean, you don't say anything. If you're punched in the mouth for real, you don't say anything for, you know, at least 10 seconds. So I don't know.
So I try to wrap my head around, again, Will Smith. This is not a judgment at all about Will Smith. I spoke about him earlier. Could you ever, forget being in front of millions of people, punch somebody in the jaw? Can you imagine doing that?
I could imagine doing it in a life or death situation. And in fact, I did kick somebody when I was 19 and foolish and had a brown belt in Taekwondo.
Really?
Yeah, there was real, I was assaulted in Ann Arbor. Back then it was kind of dangerous. And then I ran like crazy, and it was really, I might have done some damage, but I remember feeling really sick afterwards. You know, you think in your head, it's gonna be so cool to be like Bruce Lee, you know, and all these people, and it's not. It's just, it feels ugly. It
If
just
you're
feels ugly.
capable, we are all capable of doing what Will Smith did. It's not that far a leap to turning on the TV to watch shock and awe as we bomb the crap out of Baghdad. We all watch it and ignore it. And then it's not that far a leap to be immune to the consequences of your decisions when you decide, I'm going to order this invasion. I'm going to spend more money on weapons. Let's kill more people. It's not that big a leap. It's not that difficult for some Americans to not only be okay with the decimation of innocent civilians, they enjoy it.
Oh, I mean, shock and awe was like watching a video game. I mean, I remember that. It was, you know, it was entertainment for people. I think this war in Ukraine is entertainment for people here when they keep hearing about how Russia's getting its ass kicked and they're losing and they're losing and they're losing. And you know.
I've fallen prey to that. I'm rooting for Ukraine, obviously, but they're young soldiers in those Russian tanks.
That's right. And, you know, this, and both sides showing, you know, like soldiers, prisoners of war, basically being held up and humiliated. That's a war crime too. You know, they're not supposed to. And by the way, because you were talking about, Peter B. Collins was talking about the World Court. You know, I remember many years ago, Henry Kissinger was about a half hour away from getting arrested in France on war crime charges.
Right.
A few years ago, when George W. Bush was hawking his book and he was doing a tour, he was scheduled to speak in Switzerland. And diplomats there suggested that he not go because Switzerland has signed on to the World Court, and they have laws where they can arrest somebody that they deem is guilty of war crimes, even though that person's country does not recognize the World Court. So they told George W. Bush that it was best if he stayed at home, and he did.
I'm told John Kerry, the former Secretary of State who authorized the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia, which were then used on the Houthis in Yemen, I'm told that he's been advised not to travel to Spain.
Well, I'm sure a lot of the, President Cheney's cabinet has very few places on the planet they can travel to safely without worrying about, locals protesting their being there, threatening to arrest him. But yeah, what a horrible legacy, really. What a horrible legacy this all is for these people. And again, what a tragedy. I mean, we had the kind of power and ability that people could only dream of centuries and centuries ago, that to actually cure disease, to actually do something about hunger. And we have squandered that. And now I've been mentioning it like in the last 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, the world order is shifting. There are deals now being made for oil that are not in dollars. And, it probably won't release a floodgate immediately, but the rest of the world is taking note that the rules are changing now. And, we might be foolishly, I mean, look, we've got a president who's telling us to expect food shortages. What the hell? Why would we have to expect food shortages? Can't we feed ourselves? I mean, we've got the breadbasket of the world out in the Great Plains, but, it's like, what are they doing to us? They are basically getting us ginned up for some things they want to do to us and have as a cover, dial in the criminal. Putin, Saddam, Assad, they're all the same, ooga booga. But anyway, that's
Well said. Professor Marianne Cummings is a parks commissioner elected. She's our only elected official here. She was reelected as parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois. She's a particle physicist and an amazing artist. And follow her on Twitter at RazorGirl. Thank you, Professor Marianne. Hope to see you Thursday night for the Professors and Marianne. Thank you.
Will do.
Well, it is time now to talk animals. This is exciting. Professor Pamela joins us. Hello, Professor Pamela. Sorry to keep you waiting tonight. We're running a little behind schedule.
No worries. Good evening.
Somebody doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut, and he talks too much. Professor Pamela is a professor in the Department of Biology at Brandon University in Manitoba, Canada. She primarily studies lizards, snakes, frogs, toads, and turtles, focusing on animal behavior. And she's back here once again to share some interesting animal facts with us. You were a big hit last week, so thank you for taking time to join us.
Yeah, happy to join.
What animal are we going to talk about? We were talking about spiders and I think porcupines.
Actually, echidna, and I do have some pictures. Like, would it be very bad if I pop them up behind me, or is
Sure,
that gonna?
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I did come up. So
Let's go
there's
ahead.
an echidna.
Now that looked like a porcupine. It also looks like me when I haven't used conditioner in my hair transplants. Let's look at that again.
They're very adorable. Yeah. So they're native to Australia. They're monotremes, so egg-laying mammals, which is kind of a weird little group of animals that live down there.
Egg-laying, mammals can lay eggs?
Yeah, there's a handful of them, like platypuses as well, lay eggs. Yeah. And yeah, so last week I was talking about the echidna has 4 penises, or like a 4-pronged penis. So there they are there. I was sort of trying to describe them, but I don't think I did them
So
justice.
I would assume that is a female who's seeing 4 penises and her hair is just standing on.
That's a good. I'm not sure if this is the male or the female. They may look very similar. That's a very good question. Yeah.
So what animal do you have for us today?
Well, I feel like since the theme of the night is the slap, that I feel like I should take my echidna off.
Right.
I'm going to talk about the duck penis. Is that okay?
Talk about the ducks. That would be Donald Duck. And what is his girlfriend's name? I want to say Lucy. It's not Lucy Duck. What is
Daisy?
Daisy Duck. Daisy Duck and Donald Duck. Yes.
So they, very few birds actually have penises. Male birds have penises. So ducks are quite unique amongst birds in the possession of a penis, and they do it up really fine. I think most duck species do have this. It's a corkscrew penis. I do have pictures of the penis.
Well, hang on. It's a corkscrew penis.
Corkscrew, yeah.
So you can order duck l'orange and then use it to open up a nice Chablis.
The cat.
What do you mean a corkscrew?
Would you want to see what it looks like?
Well, do we want to? Is it going to be disturbing?
I don't know. I'm
Why don't you
wondering.
describe it instead? Why don't we just use our imagination?
Okay.
Because I don't want. There may be young ducklings watching.
So it's very coiled like a corkscrew, and as I mentioned, it's in theme with tonight's slap theme, in that the
You need a
males,
sommelier for an erection? Do you have to, before you can?
the males actually release the penis like extremely quickly. Like, so you have this corkscrew penis that comes flying out at you at a high rate, and it's really long compared to many other species in terms of their relative body length. And I think some species, it's like I read 20 centimeters long, and that's just, like a regular sized duck. I think maybe up to 40 centimeters.
40 centimeters?
Flying out at you. Yeah, it's impressive.
Wow. 40 centimeters long. How's the width?
Well, it's not particularly wide, but it's very, very coiled. And the theory behind that coiling is that the male any particular male wants to get as much sperm into the female as possible. And so it's evolved to have this very long coiled, I feel like I'd be better with the picture of the penis than me wiggling my hands.
I don't think I can contain myself if I see this.
Okay, we'll stay with Donald and Daisy. So the theory is that they have this very long coiled penis, and it helps them in they're what's called forced copulations of the male to the female. Forced, yeah.
Non-consensual.
Non-consensual, yeah, but sort of. So the counter side on the female side of it is that they evolved these incredibly convoluted vaginas to sort of counterbalance this corkscrewed penis. And then, like a lot of things with evolution, you end up with this sort of arms race. The hypothesis that we use is called the Red Queen hypothesis. It comes from Alice in Wonderland. So basically the idea is that one thing changes, the other thing changes, the other thing changes, right? So that's the theory behind this. Yeah. So it's
so the female duck's vagina evolves to avoid the corkscrew penis.
Sort of. So on the female side of it, she would typically do better if she can get sperm from multiple males. So the female would mate with multiple males, not simultaneously, but multiple males. She'd get multiple sperm. The sperm will probably compete within the vagina. That's very common practice in a lot of species. And so with having all of those coils, basically that's going to help her get different sperm from different males and get the best sperm come through and fertilize the egg.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the coil that the male penis has is to ensure that he's the only one.
Yes.
He's literally screwing in there.
Yeah.
And so she wants to have a vagina that can release the screw quicker than he's willing.
Yes, and also just make it so that she gets the best quality sperm that kind of gets through all of the coils and the navigation.
He's going for quantity, she's going for quality.
Yes. Yeah.
See.
Typically. So yeah, lots of duck females will mate with multiple males, and it's really common in a lot of animals that then you get the sperm competition that's going on, and that results in all sorts of different adaptations. Although the corkscrew penis is a really interesting one, and the slap effect, like it releases so quickly, which is quite exciting.
And when he pulls out, is there a popping sound? Is there a cork?
There might be. I did have another cool penis species.
Hang on, well, I'm not done with this penis yet.
Lined up, but just as a teaser, that does involve, a popping sound. So we can get to that one later, though.
Okay, so they don't do this in midair, right?
No. Duck sex is an on the ground event. Yes, it's not like an airplane feeling.
And do they do it? Do they do it on the water or do they do it on land?
I've seen both. I don't know which is more common. I've certainly seen duck sex on water and on land for sure.
Is it face to face?
No, he's back behind. Yeah.
Oh, so
firing out his
not the way God intended.
No, it doesn't look her in the eye.
They're not looking in the eye.
Oh.
Okay, so they're not going to be in my heaven or yours.
No.
Ducks and okay. So they're not monogamous, and does the male duck participate in the raising of the ducklings?
There's a mix. I think there are some species that have what's called biparental care. That's where both the males and females do, but I think it's far more common for just the females too. Well, actually, no, I maybe retract that. Yeah, lots of birds, they kind of do have to share incubation because, if the female has to go off and eat.
Mm-hmm.
They need to keep the eggs warm. So yeah, actually, there would be lots of contribution in the sitting on the egg portion of it. Then once they hatch, it's probably more of a mixed bag. Yeah.
Okay. So is there another animal you would like to talk about?
Yeah. So kind of.
This is just absolutely fascinating.
And I do have a picture, and it doesn't involve penis per se, but it's good to see what these guys are. Hopefully you can see them. So that's actually two individuals. You can see the wings coming off. These are damselfly species. They're very much like a dragonfly, but kind of daintier.
Well, I'm sorry, hang on for 1 second. Is that dragonflies having sex?
This is damselflies having sex. Do you want me to take it down?
And what part of the fly do you unzip?
It's really fascinating, actually, the way the sort of sperm gets transferred in these guys. But the part I was going to talk about, relating back to your sort of cork analogy popping out, is these guys have unique penis shapes, and the way it's typically described is that it's like a key. It's a unique key for within a species, and then the female would sort of have the unique lock that would fit that key. And it's actually a way to keep and to ensure that you stay mating within your species. So you have a unique key and lock system, basically.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
And
so they try to do it with other species.
So if they mate with the wrong species, it's kind of like sticking your key into your neighbor's lock and it doesn't fit, and then it rips off, and then you don't have a penis anymore, and that's mostly not good.
It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good.
Won't feel good. Yeah. So that is one of the really fascinating things about these guys. The other one is that, and it's kind of like the duck story, but again, that male wants to ensure that it's only his sperm that gets, that is fertilizing the female. And so before he mates, along with having this fancy key penis, it has a little scraper on it. So he comes in and he scrapes out all the other sperm, and then he deposits his sperm. So
it's kind of like a key party from the 70s.
It's like a key party. Yeah. So scrape it all out, put your key in the bowl, away you go. Yeah.
Wait, so what does he do? He goes in there. What does he do?
He actually uses his key penis and he scrapes out the sperm from the other males to scrape her all out, because sometimes, and I believe these guys do as well, after a male mates, they'll put a plug in, basically kind of, all right, we're done, lock her up. And the female doesn't necessarily want that, so she might not be opposed to another male coming in, popping the plug out and popping his sperm in, especially if he's a higher quality male. So yeah, there's a lot of acrimony. I don't know, there's a lot of back and forth between males and females.
And promiscuity.
Lots of promiscuity. Yeah. Yeah.
And where are you more likely to see this, this lasciviousness? Is it coming mostly from the males or the women?
Well, there's both.
Both, really?
Yeah. So it's called polyandry. So that's when females would mate with multiple males, and then polygyny, when males mate with multiple females, and you get a bit of both. And then promiscuity is when they're both. It's just a free for all. But it's actually extremely common. It was really only until they were able to do like DNA fingerprinting that they realized how abundant and prevalent it was across the animal kingdom.
Really? And how much of this is because of dancing?
Yes, a lot of dancing.
Yeah.
Well, there's the damselflies. Now that shows them landed, but they will fly around like this. It's really beautiful if you see them.
They do it like the Mile High Club.
They do. Yeah.
So you could be seeing them fly by you, and they're having sex.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. For extended periods. It's really impressive if you kind of think about it compared to humans, to be honest.
You can be flying and having sex at the same time.
Well, flying, scraping sperm, putting in plugs. Yeah.
All in midair.
All in midair. Yeah.
Wow.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow. I met a Swedish stewardess in the 70s, but that's a different story. This is so interesting. Animals are fascinating. The animal kingdom is fascinating. Thank you, Professor Pamela. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I just brought the two for today, but if folks have questions, I'm happy to.
Yes, are there any questions? I see Rodrigo always has a question. We can, Rod, what would you like to know about these animals? I think he's okay. I think Rodrigo's.
It says he's muted.
No, I unmuted him.
Oh, I think he's showing still muted.
Hi.
There he is.
There he is. Okay. You have a question?
I was hoping Professor Pamela could talk about Antarctica for a bit. Thank you.
I didn't hear what he said. What is it?
He wants me to talk about Antarctica. I won't add that in today, but I am going to give a segment at, I think this weekend's office hours. I'm going to talk about I think more specifically, the latest IPCC report that came out in April, because it talks about impacts on biodiversity, which is more my wheelhouse. I might just leave the Antarctica discussion to Professor Faluna, which I think he's far more knowledgeable than I am about that.
And penguins.
Oh, well, maybe that's the next segment. Actually, penguins are really fascinating. So yeah, I'll bring them next time if you want to have me back.
And of course, and there are rumors that some penguins are, I don't want to, gay?
Oh.
I've heard rumors about some penguins.
Yeah.
Heard that?
I am. Oh, okay.
Or at least they will brood over an egg, that the male penguin will watch over the egg.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, male parental care is very common in penguins. And well, I don't want to spoil it. There's another species that would also be a nice pairing with the penguin story. So yeah, no, I could bring them to the next chat.
Animals are so interesting. Professor Pamela is a professor in the Department of Biology at Brandon University in Manitoba, Canada. And you can contact her on Twitter at Rutherford_PLR. Thank you, Professor Pamela. Great job. Whew, it's getting hot in here. That conversation, I'm going to take a shower. I want to thank all our guests for being on today's show. This was a great show. I want to thank, of course, Dan Frankenberger, the Quizmaster, as always. Robert Pascal Robert, who is one of the hosts of This Is Revolution. Download his podcast. He hosts it with Jason Miles, who could not be with us today. The brilliant Howie Klein. Go to downwithtyranny.com to read Howie Klein. And of course, Steve Scrovan, co-host of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, director with Henriette Mantel of the iconic documentary about Ralph Nader, An Unreasonable Man. And go to ralphnaderradiohour.com and sign up to attend this Wednesday's live recording session of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. We're doing it for free on Zoom. It starts, I think, around noon Eastern Standard Time, maybe 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Special guest, Jessie Singer. She will be discussing her new book, There Are No Accidents, The Deadly Rise of Injury and Disaster, Who Profits and Who Pays the Price. You can sit in on our recording session. All you need is Zoom. Go to the Ralph Nader Radio Hour website to register. We have space for 500 people, so please come and meet the cast and crew of the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. And by that, I mean Ralph Nader. He's the only person you really want to meet. Dr. Harriet Fraad, go to harrietfraad.com. Thank you. Professor Adnan Hussein, listen to his 2 podcasts, please. The Mudgeless podcast, and of course, Guerrilla History. Peter B. Collins, go to Peter B. Collins for a treasure trove of his podcast, radio shows, and interviews. Of course, the brilliant Professor Marianne Cummings. Follow her on Twitter at Razor Girl, and girl is spelled GRRL. And of course, Professor Pamela. Follow her at Rutherford_PLR. Follow me on Twitter and friend me on Facebook. And Texas Tom Weber is going to be discussing liberation theology with a very special guest this Wednesday. Tell us about it, Professor Tom Weber.
Hey, how are you doing there, David? Thank you so much. Well, yeah, I am really excited about this. I have a sister named Barbara who is going to be coming on to talk to our spirituality and activism group. And just a little bit of background about her. She worked in Bogota, Colombia in 1968, and then spent 5 years from 1970 to 1975 working in Bahia, Brazil. And so she, over many years, has rubbed shoulders with some of the top activists in South America and Central America. And then later she ended up working in Africa, being hired by the government of Guinea-Bissau, along with her husband. And so she's got a lot of stories to tell. And this is coming on the heels of the fact that we just finished an article that we studied for a couple of weeks on liberation theology and Marxism. So she will be telling a lot of stories, and we'll be there to take your questions and whatnot. So I'd like to invite everybody to join us Wednesday evening, and this is from 8:30 to 10 o'clock is the formal meeting. And I will post the Zoom link, as I always do, on Discord. We have a special channel there.
Spirituality and Activism is hosted by Tom Weber. You do it through office hours, and people can sign up. I will link to the link in the description for this show so people can sign up for it. And you're going to learn about liberation theology from the source. I can't think of a better way to spend your Wednesday evening than attending Spirituality and Activism.
Yeah, and well, let me clarify a little bit. I don't think that she's going to be trying to teach about liberation theology per se, even though that was a large focus what she's doing. She's going to be talking about her work with the poor down in South America. And obviously that's all tied together, but I don't want to sell it differently than what it's going to be.
Fantastic.
All right.
Well,
so thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Tom, thank you. Everybody, please attend Spirituality and Activism. More information in the description of this show, as well as joining our Discord group, our Discord channel. In order to do that, you have to attend office hours, and then Andy Brown will explain how the Discord channel works. Thank you all. I want to thank the people who helped put this show together, who work the infrastructure. Of course, Dan Frankenberger, the Invisible Ninja, Andy Brown, Professor John, Hannah Feldman, Joe in Norway, Grace Jackson. They come to the meetings. I probably left somebody out, but they come to the meetings, and we are growing this this program. I can't do it alone. I need people like the people I just mentioned. This used to be a one-man operation, but I cannot do it without people like Dan Frankenberger and Andy Brown and Sarah Bush and the Invisible Ninja, Joe in Norway, Professor John, Grace Jackson, and Hannah Fartman. They keep the pipes going. And we have a YouTube channel. Portions of this show are cut up and posted on YouTube. And if you want to watch the entire taping of the podcast, we live stream it every Monday and Thursday on YouTube. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I think that covers everything. I think I've covered everything. Yes, I did.
David, can I finish my...
Yeah. Yes, Rodrigo.
That's okay. Because if you've ever watched any episode of any Law and Order, you know what the fruit of the poisonous tree means.
Yes.
Basically, any
Legal
procedure
service.
followed boldly gets a guilty person a get out of jail for free card. refusing to take early retirement and ending up in jail, hence a get out of jail for free card to anyone whoever they ever sent to prison. And yet the DA that decided to send Melissa Lucio to death row to get reelected is serving 13 years in prison right now. Do you have any idea how corrupt you have to be as a Texas DA to not only get fired but end up in prison? So please search for MELISSA LUCIO at the Innocence Project. Read about her extremely sad life and share her story. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. As always, thank you. I think the best way to end tonight's show is a conversation, a clip from my conversation with former President Donald J. Trump. Before I say goodbye, let's hear from former President Donald J. Trump. Hang on. Okay, let's turn to that big rally this Saturday.
So much love at the rally, David. So much love. Great people in Florence, South Carolina. So smart, so discerning. And it was sold out, David. They were packed in tighter than Chris Christie sitting in a coach seat. Get it, David? Because of the weight. Can you get it, David? Are you following me?
I get it.
You can't fit into a coach seat, David. Do you get it?
I get it.
You can have that one, David. That's another freebie. I know you people like freebies. I know you love the freebies.
What people?
Your people, David, the free brews. Oh, boy. I can't help it, David. You know, they say that Zelensky's a comedian, but I'm so much funnier than that Zelensky guy. I just don't get him, David. I don't get him. I don't get that Nanette Fabre. I don't get them. Anyway, the people of South Carolina love me, David. I do great there because their elections aren't rigged. You get an honest count in South Carolina, unlike Georgia or Arizona or Vermont, where I won in a landslide, David. But they rigged it. They rigged it, David.
Now, that's the president, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. There are people who are writing in saying it's Robert Smigel. That is not Robert Smigel. That is former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Sleepy, sleepy Joe Biden. And his son Sneezy. Sneezy Hunter Biden. You know why he's sneezy, David? You know why he's sneezy? Do you know? Ask me why he's sneezy. As opposed to sleepy, ask me why his nickname is Sneezy Hunter Biden.
Why do you call Hunter Biden sneezy? Why do you?
Because of all the cocaine, David. That's what makes you sneeze, David. Sneezy Hunter Biden.
Okay, can we get back
to Biden? Not sleepy at all, David. The opposite of sleepy.
Can we get back?
Can we get back to what, David?
Can we get back to the midterm?
All the cocaine, David, and the prostitutes.
What prostitutes?
That's what makes him sneezy. The ones Hunter sleeps with, they also make you sneezy. Because of the COVID, David. They carry diseases, David. Sneezy Biden. Let's all welcome the Biden family. Sleepy, Sneezy, and Doc. That's right, Doc. Dr. Jill. Dr. Jill Biden. Oh, the doctor. We'll see you now, Dr. Jill and their vice president, Kamala Ding Dong. Got Sleepy, Sneezy, Dopey, and Doc. Dr. Jill. Dr. Jill Biden. The doctor will see you now. Dr. Jill. Joe Biden is a corpse, David. His hair plugs, his fingernails, and his budget deficit, they're still growing, but he's a corpse, David. He's a disaster. Afghanistan, Ukraine, inflation, COVID. I left him a White House that was in pristine shape, David. And now look, I want the cleaning deposit back, Joe. I don't recognize the place. Melania made it beautiful. And then comes in Dr. Jill. Dr. Jill Biden.
Okay, you're being a little unfair. You do realize that Dr. Jill is not a medical doctor. I believe she has a doctorate in education.
Amazing, isn't it? A doctorate in education. An educator. The only thing worse, David, than a doctor is an educator. Instead of giving your kids enlarged hearts with their vaccines, they turn them gay with books. Hello, Dr. Jill. It's me, your husband, Sleepy. Sleepy Joe. I'm having chest pains and my left arm is feeling numb, Dr. Jill. Can you help me, Dr. Jill? Can you help me?
Can we get back to the...
And then Dr. Jill, with her doctorate in education, is going to tell Sleepy Joe, okay, let's check your vitals. How's your curriculum design feeling today? What's your white count? What's your black count? What's your Asian count? Because they're just as important as your black count and your white count. Let me check your CRT levels, all right? Does your family have a history of being gay, Sleepy Joe? Because I'm Dr. Jill Biden, and I'm here to save my corpse of a husband, the recently departed Sleepy Weepy Beepy Joe. You know why they call him Beepy Joe? Because he flatlined. Beep. It's a corpse, David. Beep. Aging Dr. Jill. Code blue, you killed another one. Beep. Beep, 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 Joe. Beep, 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 Joe Biden. Beepy Joe and his Vice President Dopey, Kamalama Ding Dong. Ding Dong, who is it? It's me, Dr. Joe Biden, and I'm here to tell you my husband's a corpse. And now you're the president, Dopey, Kamalama Ding Dong. Can you imagine, David? President, comma, chameleon. She comes and goes. She comes and goes. Culture Club, David, that's Culture Club. Rosie produced a Broadway musical about Boy George and Culture Club. You know what else she produced, David?
What?
Gas. Lots and lots of gas, David. We don't need oil reserves, David. We have Rosie. Rosie can make enough gas, David, to replace Nord Stream 1 and 2, David. And Zelensky's funny. 1 and 2, David. Lots and lots of gas. Rosie, gas. Lots of gas. Rosie.
Okay.
Fat.
Okay. I get it.
Nord
Okay.
Stream, you know what? She's going to replace Nord Stream 1, and then she's going to make a Nord Stream number 2. Thank you, Saul Yusuf, for the assist.
That is former President Donald Trump. That is not Robert Smigel. That was not Smigel. That was Donald Trump. I refuse to believe that it's anybody other than former President Donald J. Trump. That is our show. Please subscribe wherever you get podcasts. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.